Think of the passion, God love everlasting. Keep the law of the land and book in case you're asking. Moving forward to the learning and it's free. Cause I know that God know the combo go with Sister E. Love talk Sister E. God work Sister E. Charity Sister E. Let's talk with Sister E. All different type of information every week. Let me speak. If you subscribe, we going deep. Love talk Sister E. God's work Sister E. Charity Sister E. Let's talk with Sister E. Think of the passion, God love everlasting. Keep the law of the land and book in case you're asking. Moving forward to the learning and it's free. Cause I know that God know the combo go with Sister E. Love talk Sister E. God work Sister E. Charity Sister E. Let's talk with Sister E. All different type of information every week. Let me speak. If you subscribe, we going deep. Love talk Sister E. God's work Sister E. Charity Sister E. Let's talk with Sister E. Think of the passion, God love everlasting. Keep the law of the land and book in case you're asking. Moving forward to the learning and it's free. Cause I know that God know the combo go with Sister E. Love talk Sister E. God work Sister E. Charity Sister E. Let's talk with Sister E. All different type of information every week. Let me speak. If you subscribe, we going deep. Love talk Sister E. God's work Sister E. Charity Sister E. Let's talk with Sister E.
Y'all, I'm old. I'm getting old. I overslept. I meant to be here at 9 o'clock. My apologies. I dreamed. I woke up and it was 9 o'clock and I was still half asleep. And I dreamed that I had rescheduled the live and went back to sleep. Yeah, I had a dream that I rescheduled the live. Woke up at the time in my dream to do the live. And whoever this is, he beefing right now. Woke up and said, "Oh, I got to do the live." It was like 10:28. I dreamed I had rescheduled at 10:30. Got up and was like 10. It was like 10:25, 10:28. Also, I had a dream about my friend that I came up with, so I had to call him and check up on him as well. So after I got up and I looked at my phone, I said, "I haven't rescheduled it. I haven't rescheduled it," and realized that I had dreamed that I had rescheduled. My dreams were real vivid last night. That's why I had to call my friend and check up on him. My childhood friend. Actually, the man I should have married. But that's a whole nother story within itself. So hold on. I'm trying not to chew in y'all face because I'm trying to eat too as well. Hold on. Hold on. All right, y'all ready? My daughter got me a Chipotle bowl last night, so I'm actually eating it. So, with that being said, y'all, how y'all feeling this morning? How y'all feeling? How y'all feeling this morning? How y'all feeling? Y'all, TikTok has been live. My daughter walking around here, she like, what we gonna do? She don't too much. She don't want she want Trump to win. This dude is hilarious. He said, "Sister E happy because Master Trump won." You still drinking coffee? Let me see. When I tell you, I just got me a Celsius, and I'm eating the rest of this Chipotle bowl. I'm eating like I'm 22, knowing good and well I'm too old to be eating this. Knowing good and well I need to have some coffee and some grits with a little side of fruit. And it might even be a little watermelon for that dude in the back that said me and Dante somewhere eat chicken and watermelon. I love trolls. Chocolate cappuccino. I just had me a tropical Celsius because it hypes me up. I hadn't put my coffee maker up yet. So last night, we watched the results. Let's see what's going on. Y'all, folks are in a state of shock right now. I'm like, for what? Things are bad now. So what the heck? I mean, come on now. Let's see. What's going on right now? So I'm gonna play a little something. So let me do my fair use. That's what they get for hitting me for talking about Liz Cheney. That's all right. We ain't gonna be censored no more, Liz. Master, how you feel about this election?
I don't know, but you smacking in these ears.
I'm sorry. Am I smacking y'all? I apologize.
You in the mic eating.
Okay, y'all. I'm sorry. Master said I'm eating. Okay, I'm finna back up. Okay, I'm done eating. I'm not gonna eat anymore. I'm gonna let my food sit here and get cold. Hold on. I'm getting on her nerves. She said I'm smacking in y'all ear. I apologize. It's rude. I'm trying to shovel some food in my mouth real quick. Okay, so copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comments, new reporting, teaching. Rio, get from back there. Teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm finna stop chewing my food. When I play this video, I'm gonna eat while we watching it. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and put this right here. If you want to donate to the channel, you can donate by way of super chat, or let me go ahead and put this on here and pin it. Okay, I'm finna stop. I'm not eating no more, y'all, because Madison is irritated by me. Excuse me, because I'm gosh, this is what happens when you rushing and you eat and try to do a live. Okay. Let me pin this. Shoot, where are my glasses? Oh, hold on. Now my sinus is acting up. I can't pin it here. Oh man. All right, I'm finna pin this up here, and then we can get started. All righty. Y'all, what are y'all thoughts? Everybody quiet. Everybody quiet. How y'all feeling this morning? How y'all feeling this morning? Okay, I'm gonna eat while I'm playing the video. I'm not gonna play nothing else. I'm not gonna talk about nothing else. I mean, I'm not gonna do nothing else to be smacking in the mic. I'm trying my best. Hold on, let me see. Okay, here we go. Fair use. Now we're getting ready to start the video. Hold on. I don't know what my daughter and they're watching this door. Hold on. So let's talk about this election. So fair use. This video is being played for the purposes such as for criticism, research, and education. All right, here we go.
We haven't called 3 states as the reason for that. So we mentioned a moment ago, we haven't called 3 states as the reason for that. Alaska notwithstanding here. This is Michigan, okay? You've got a raw vote total of 91,000. Wayne is the biggest county outstanding, but you've got a lot of the vote in here now, just about 10% still out there. I don't know if she can catch him in Michigan. Let's say she can't. Same for Arizona. I was checking this out here. Raw vote total 104,000. Maricopa's where you get all your votes, 60% of the state. He's got a lead there, right? 2.3 points. Same for Nevada. Here is a 60,000 vote lead. It's almost 5 points. Clark County, Las Vegas, where you get 70% of the total vote statewide. I don't know if she can catch him there. So where does that take us? Let me go ahead and do the path of 270 that we're doing late at night. Dana, I just think right now there's a really good chance once Alaska chips in here, Michigan stays the way it is, Arizona stays the way it is, Nevada stays the way it is. You're at 312. Right. That's an electoral landslide, as they say, okay? Very important for Trump to have this. You think about the number of people who consider him a divisive political leader. You get an electoral landslide, you win the national vote in all likelihood, you win more blacks and more Hispanics, and that enables you to govern more effectively once you go back to D.C. on the 20th of January.
Fascinating. All right, Bill, thank you so much. Well, there's a lot happening in the next several weeks before Trump returns to office. Battleground states will begin certifying election results this month. I want to bring in Carrie Urban and Andy McCarthy. So I also want to get to Trump's legal battles with you guys. So let's take you through the certification of election results real quickly. Just on the dates, November 22nd, November 25th, and December 1st. You can see these here. This is when these states, Georgia, Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, all of that happens. And then if you look at this calendar, you got the Electoral College vote December 17th, a new Congress seated January 3rd. Of course, we know January 6th, that's when the Electoral College votes are counted. And then January 20th is Inauguration Day. Carrie, to me, given this decisive result, all of that should go very smoothly.
Yeah, I think so. And, you know, there's a lot of talk about how this decisive victory for Donald Trump was an indictment of the Biden administration and, you know, the last 4 years and all of that. I would say it's an indictment of the American justice system, really. And, you know, for the last 8 years, we have watched attorneys general, we have watched state and federal prosecutors lower the standard of justice and abuse their positions, do everything they can do to get Donald Trump. You know, people have characterized this as a lawfare campaign. The reason we know that's not just a right-wing talking point is because with only one exception, all of the cases they've brought have been these untested legal theories. In other words, they have tried to apply the law against Donald Trump in ways they have never applied against anyone in their states or in this country. And they dramatically failed. So I will say, while Donald Trump was a big winner last night, the justice system was a big loser. Wow. And I think it's going to take years for the justice system to recover its reputation in all of this.
Oh my goodness, sister got imported to Master Trump's big house now. Ooh. Oh, they mad, y'all. They coming to my chat pissed off at me. I didn't even look, y'all. Well, so be it. Both of them horrible. But with that being said, y'all, the funny thing that I noticed is the blame games is getting ready to start. I don't think the fight is over. I think she's just chilling right now, trying to figure out what her next turn is. The sad part is she didn't get up and say nothing. Has she said anything yet? I have not heard her say anything. Yeah, I just woke up. So have y'all heard anything? When I say I just woke up, I just woke up. I took a vacation day today. So I mean, it's gonna be an interesting next couple of months because they are not gonna let this go. They're not gonna let this go. They're gonna come back and ask for a recount. I'm not gonna be shocked if they don't ask for a recount. They're gonna ask for a recount, and when they ask for this recount, that's when we're gonna start seeing things rumble. I think. Now. Another thing never mind, I'll talk about that later because there's some people that but yeah, I ain't gonna talk about that right now. I'll leave that one alone. It's a lot. So right here, they said the blame game. This is what happens when you don't wear your glasses. The blame game has started. Harris Surrogate says we weren't expecting a blow at all. So I guess they wasn't expecting to lose to that extent. But when you won in front of everybody, play in our face, I say that much. She kind of slick played in our face. I hate to say it. Black people are tired for voting and still not getting anything out of it. Um, Candace Owen was one of her downfalls too. People catching her in certain things that she was saying, um, in reference to black people. Now, keep in mind, still, the number one voting demographic for her was still Black Americans. So, and so people are saying, well, why did Black people not come out? I think like 78% of her votes were Black women, 60% of her votes were Black men. Uh, so it's not like she didn't get the actual support from the Black community. So let's see. So let's look at the demographics of the voting pool. So this right here is for the key states voting pool. So this right here is the exit poll. Okay. Uh, this is just the exit poll for the results, giving you the results of the end results of the actual voting itself. So gender wise, 54% were women, 44% were men, 40 women, 54% were Democrat, 44% were Republican, and a very small percentage was other. So I don't care what nobody say. She still had a large demographic of Democrats that were voting that were considered to be Black. Can y'all see this screen? I'm gonna put full screen up. Okay. Can y'all see it? I'm the one that can't see right now. Hold on, let me clean my glasses off so we can go through this. So Steve singing way down up on the Swami Rip. Oh, Saints is mad at me. Why I got to be the coon in the room? And I ain't never voted. I ain't never stood for nobody. But I state the obvious. See, Black people don't like when you state the obvious. I'm going to state the obvious. She didn't have anything on the. Can give for the person who's harassing me. Tell me what she said she was going to do for the Black community. That's an ignorant vote if you don't hold people accountable. Tell me what she was going to do for the Black community. That's both of them. Neither one of them have nothing at the table. But she said out her mouth, I ain't going to create a bill just for Black folk. You got to be careful in what you say. Okay, so now I got my glasses. I can see. So a large demographic were Black people, which is only 11%, but Black people had a major piece into it. So 86% of the votes of her votes or the Democratic votes came from Black America. 12% went to Republicans. White America dropped the ball on her. They was like, hell no, excuse my language. 43% were Democrats, 55% were Republicans. Now keep in mind, she was really hanging out with them. Like she went to the event and gave money, I guess, to a panel of Caucasian women, and they took a picture of it. She should have done damage control after that. She didn't want to do damage control, because they didn't come out and vote the way she needed them to vote. Now, the interesting part is the Hispanics were the ones that was kind of split down the middle. So 53%, they make up 12%. So they have a larger demographic of people than Black people. They 1% over. So 53% voted voted Democrat, 45 for Republican. And the Asian community was split in half as well, and the other. Now, let's look down here, because I don't know what this is. This looks like this is a repeater. Somebody need to go fix this. I don't know what this is. white, black, white, but I don't know what the difference is right here. But right here is very important. White men, 39% voted. White men gonna always pretty much be Republican, so they're gonna always have the larger demographic of the voting pool for Republicans. So white men, 59% went to Republicans, and 33% went to men. I mean, went Democrat. The same thing with white women. 47% were Democrats. were um 52% were Republican. Now again, it goes back. We do a lot of identity voting, which is it is what it is. Still, a large community of voters were Democrat, were black men and black women. So they still came out uh, in a large number. Hold on one second. Back to it. So thank you, Madison, for putting that. I had to ask Madison something, and she was showing me a video. Shut that door, baby bear. Um, far as a race, black people were still coming in, and the large population were black people. 74% were Democrat, 78% were Democrat, 92%. Well, 78% of black men were Democrat, and 92% of black women were Democrat. Then what threw her off? The Latino men, if they would have, if their percentages would have been kind of similar to black men, she probably would have won. Only 44% of Latino men voted for the Democrats. 54% went to Republicans. Latino women came in at 61%, and 37 were Republican. But and in the other races, it was kind of split down the middle. Now, the age demographic is very important. Is this interesting? Well, Hebrew men, y'all. Okay, so Hebrew men. I'm sorry, I said black men. Um, Now, this age demographic is very important. Age demographic. Um, so a lot of young people between the ages of 18 and 29, 50% were Republican, 55%, and 42% were 55 was Democrat, 54% was Republican. Hold on. I forgot. Santonio wanted to come on. Hold on. Let me send him this link. Okay. Let me share this to invite. So a large percentage were the between the ages of a large number of the everything was split in the middle when you're dealing with that age demographic. It was like 50% on average, 50% overall in each age group voted Democrat. So age really isn't a true picture like, oh, she had a great number of voters at a certain age group. Everybody's pretty much split down the middle with the age. Again, this is the breakdown of the age. The gender. Again, the biggest, she had a large number of women, young women, voting for her. Now, this is the telltale all. So, what is this? So, here it is. I wish they broke it up in which group of black. I think this is so a large number of her voters came from. Now Rio is behind my camera. I'm glad I don't have it on because he'll knock it down. The large number of her voters were between black people between the ages of 18 and 65. So she had a large demographic of of black voters. White voters still ain't going pretty much after all that extra that she was doing with them. She still didn't win them over. But the thing is, the ones she said I'm not gonna create a bill for are the ones that still ended up coming in and voting for her. Says a lot. That says a lot. She gave them all her money and support. Never attended college. Most people that voted for her had Democrat are the ones that have advanced degrees and bachelor's degrees. Never attended college. Interesting. Blue collar workers were not voting for her. You know why? Blue collar workers are ones that are impacted by this economy. This economy is, but the crazy thing is, this economy ain't just hitting blue collars. The ones that never attended college or did some college and no degree, they didn't come out because they wasn't. And being honest, Democrats in most cases, in some cases, are they're there for the workers. I got to look at past results, but it was the ones that are educated, or the ones who have advanced degrees that really came out and voted for the Democrats. So let's see from a president's perspective. They don't break it down based on demographic. What's up, Wiggins?
What's going on, Sister? How you doing, girl? Trump is the president. What's the business?
You finna piss some people off. Don't come up here pissing off.
Trump is the president. What? I've been listening what you've been saying. What you feel about it, and how does the audience feel about Trump being president? I was talking. Go ahead.
I think the audience is kind of split. I want to know if y'all were to pick presidents, because some of these people didn't vote. I think some of them probably would have leaned towards Trump. Some of them, the thing is, the Israelite community is interesting. They're kind of split. But yet and still, Democrats, you gotta be honest. This year has this group right here for the past 4 years have not fulfilled promises. You've allowed the illegal immigrants to come in. They've pretty much given them money on top of money. You have the Venezuela incident where they're talking about, the gangs. People can't say that that's fake news when people are reporting that's an incident that's going on. I see it in New York all day long. You see that they're getting checks. They stand in the best hotels. This is going on. On the flip side, you got citizens who can barely pay their bills. The cost of living is going up. People are not making money like they used to make. So as the cost of living is going up, wages are decreasing or you're being laid off. So the economy is in utter shambles. Then, not to mention, we're watching you're playing in our face as U.S. citizens, and just as people in general, we broke, but you're steadily sending money to Israel. You're steadily sending money to Ukraine, and that's like you send the money out, but your house is falling apart. So Trump pushed the narrative of we're gonna keep our money in house, and these countries that begging for money, we're not finna give them money. So people are voting out of desperation. Now, is Trump gonna fulfill it? I don't know. But when you got people like that are financially strapped, I'm hearing people not just in the white community, but even in the Hebrew community. When I say Hebrew, I mean black. Somebody says say Hebrew, but are saying that they're financially having situations whereas 4 years ago, They wasn't having this issue. My ex that I called this morning to check up on him, for some reason he was just on my mind. I dreamed about him. Keep him lifted, y'all. Not my ex-husband, my ex from a while back. But he's a blue collar worker. He's what did you call it? HVAC. He repairs and installs and fix air conditioners. He has his own business and he works for the system, but he works for school system, work for the school system. But he was telling me how his finances was not adding up like it used to add up. These are your blue collar workers. And when I heard him tell me his story of what was going on, he's in a good place right now, but it took him a minute. And he was like, I can't understand what's going on. This is why people were saying enough is enough.
Immigration. I wonder, could it be because of immigration? I mean, we're allowing, from what I'm hearing, we've allowed like over 1 million people or more into the United States illegally. And I'm hearing that they're getting, certain kind of checks and monies and all sorts of stuff, that, you know, that our veterans who are on the streets, who have served the community, the army and the United States, they're not getting, you know. To me, when I'm looking at which is a better president, which would be a better president, I would definitely go with Trump. It just seems to me his heart is more vested into the United States, into the people of the United States than the Democratic Party. As a matter of fact, like when you go back and you look at Trump's terms when he was here the first time, I think most of us agree that we had more money when he was in office. And then it's like when he stepped out of office, it's like we're starting to see,
Man.
our finances are changing and so forth, so many other things, but I'll end there.
Hey, they said get a little closer to your mic. You must be on your phone. Where's Nicole at? Can you text your cousin to tell her to come up here?
Yeah, give me a second. Hold on.
She always shy. Yeah, and you know what? What's so crazy is I think about during COVID, I was actually laid off from my job. Angie, you remember? Andrew, remember when I was laid off from my job? And did I know Angie then? No, I had known Angie. I didn't meet Angie until I was in Virginia. But anybody else like Ruhama, anybody else that personally, interacted with me, like I think it was Ruhama and all of them, a lot of them knew I was laid off, but I wasn't broke. I had like 4,000 or 5,000 grand sitting in my account because I had saved and we was getting them stimulus checks. And then I had to dip into my 401k. But because the cost of living wasn't so high, that money was sitting in my account. So when I moved to Virginia, Memphis to Virginia, I could pay for it out of my pocket and still have money left over. I had just started a new job, had money in my savings account, able to go ahead and moved out of my pocket and still was able to roll. You can't say that now. This economy now, you can't. I moved here recently with a job, making more, and still trying to figure out why is my money short? Why am I constantly paying Peter to pay Paul? And I'm like, this is crazy. And what people don't realize is folks tired. They want their money. Folks want to be able to eat, want to be able to go out, want to go on vacations. People I saw in the news where they're saying, a lot of blue collar workers are frustrated because, they can't do the vacations they want to do. They can't do the add-ons to their houses. They can't get the brand new trucks. They can't get nothing. You got people that are working for the auto industry that's being greatly impacted by this economy. People losing houses. Homelessness has went to an all-time high. So
some are even saying either they're making them more money, but they still can't see it. They still don't know where it's going.
I'm in the same boat. Before, I'm telling you, I was unemployed during COVID. I was living with my mom at the time. There may have been another reason because they had locked everybody down. I had just ended my lease. I said, I'm going to go ahead and stay with my mom until I find another job. And then when I got another job, it took me a minute to get another job because right when I got laid off and I moved out of my apartment, COVID hit. And when COVID hit, or, when it hit, guess what? I couldn't find a job. I could not find a job. So with that being said, I was living with my mom, but I was eating good, paying my car note on time, paying my credit cards, paid my credit cards off. Everything was good. Here now, I make more, and I actually got a job, but I made like, I'll be honest, $40,000 less at this job I'm at now. At the last job, I make more now, and I am promise you, I can feel it. And I'm like, what in the world is going on? And then people are mad. I can't be mad, y'all. If you don't do a job right, you don't get rehired. Then we're at the cusp of a war. Then you finding out that, wait a minute, hold on, y'all talking about we getting ready to go to war. Who y'all gonna send? So people vote out of desperation and fear. So people can be mad, wrong, right, or indifferent. They can talk about me. I could be coon of the week. I don't care. I'm talking about what we dealing with right now. How can you help us? What can you do to fix this? And the biggest question came out was, Kamala, why, wait a minute. You said you can do all this stuff to help us. Why you couldn't help us in office? And people love to say, well, she was vice president. She doesn't have any voice. When right behind that, Sleepy Joe said a lot of things that I made decisions on. I talked to Kamala, and Kamala helped me come up with something. He threw her under the bus just here recently. So a lot of decisions that made, Kamala was in the middle of it. In so many words. I ain't saying we. I'm talking about, when I say we, I'm talking about we in the sense of the word of we feeling it. You can't tell me. I don't care if you Hebrew, Chinese, Asian, Black, whatever. This economy, we are feeling the economy. I mean, even if you make a lot of money, you feeling it. You feeling it right now. So people are just frustrated. People are tired. So not to say that Trump is gonna come with a big plan. I ain't saying that because I don't know what he gonna do when he get in the office. But what I do know is we know that people vote that based on the actions and the results of the last president. So that's why I'm like, y'all gotta be honest, y'all gotta be real. And then now I will say this much. If the Democrats were to get you a better candidate, they didn't have a good candidate. If they would have went and got somebody like, let's say, because they were trying to get Michelle Obama to run. Now, if Michelle Obama would have ran, she would have gave Trump a run for his money because Kamala wasn't answering questions. People were asking key questions. What you gonna do with the economy? What about the immigrants? What about this? What about that? What about that? People probably would have voted a little bit more because she actually would have gave answers. Kamala wasn't giving no answers. She was half giving answers. It was like she said, just vote for me. We'll figure it out once I get there. Niggas was like, no, we ain't doing that. You have to come with a plan. We broke. We hungry. That's what everybody was saying. So what's your thoughts? I've been running my mouth.
I definitely agree with what you're saying. The economy has been in a shambles since it seems like the Democratic Party has come back into position. My view, as I go around talking about those of us who believe for sure, how is it that we can't discern which would be a better candidate, you know, to run America? Like my view is, for those of us who are in Christ, we should be able to see, based on policies, which candidate would be a better candidate. You know what I mean? But it was like it's like those of us who have been believing in Christ, we haven't been able to discern how the best one that we should vote for. I'm saying, like, how can we be believers in Yeshua and then turn around and vote for something that is against Yeshua, if that makes any sense? Hold on one second. My wife is calling me. Give me 1 second.
That's interesting. That's interesting. Um, Again, I know some of us didn't go out and vote, which is fine. I ain't finna shame nobody. But you can't tell me that this whole she just at the beginning she wasn't doing a good job far as campaigning. She'll say one thing and then she'll change it up. Then she'll do another thing and then change it up. She wasn't consistent. And folks need to see consistency right now. It was too much stuff on the table. Now, do I think that Trump gonna be more aggressive? Oh God, yes. So I'm looking. They said Putin. I saw this morning, and one of my I was half sleeping, falling back to sleep. Putin has not called to congratulate Trump. Zelensky somewhere in tears right now because he knows. The concern is how much money is gonna walk out that door. This in the next couple of months, because Zelensky knows on January he ain't about to get no money. He ain't gonna be able to get no money. Trump ain't finna hand out no more money. I really believe that. And that's going to be his worry. That's the same thing with what's going on with Israel, Iran. Oh, BB called him. Yeah, BB called him because BB want that check, honey. They done talking to Sleepy Joe. They fighting for the phone to say, I got to talk to Trump because he finna be in charge. And this one right here is finna be crazy. He ain't finna give us no money. Y'all, this finna be interesting. Oh, this is finna be interesting. But in my heart of hearts, I honestly thought she was gonna pull it. I honestly thought she was gonna pull it. I really thought she was gonna pull it. I kept saying, I said, yeah, she gonna win because the system wants her to win, but she didn't. At least I ain't getting no prophecy that she was gonna be up there. I'll leave it right there. But for these folks that was prophesying, I feel bad for them. I'll be honest because, yeah. But she didn't win.
Sister E, I wonder if Candace Owens had something to do with this too, because Candace Owens was on Camilla Harris. Like, man, oh my gosh, I can't believe the things she began to expose as it relates to how Camilla Harris has just been lying about her identity. You know what I mean? Like, and so many black people was voting for Camilla because she's black. You know what I mean? That's the real truth. Many black people was wanting to vote for her or have voted for her because she was black. But the truth will come out. This woman is not even black. Like, I mean, I'm glad she didn't win. If you ask me, just on that alone. But I'll
Yep.
land there.
Yep. Oh my gosh. I'm just, yeah, this right.
But also, what do you think about as it relates to Trump? Right? Some have prophesied that he's a Cyrus. What are your views
Listen
of
to
that?
no more prophets. I'm done. Y'all niggas has got nothing to get me caught up with what the prop thus says because your boy Brian Carnes was out there.
What he's saying? I missed his words.
You ain't heard what this been all on TikTok because Brian Carnes said Trump gonna win.
A word?
Word. I think that's yeah.
I see someone put in the chat. Celestial got caught. That's quite
Bless her
interesting.
heart. Bless her heart.
That's
Oh
quite
my
interesting. God bless her.
God.
That's hard.
I feel bad for her. I really do, because them people finna come for blood. Our folks gonna come for broke. I actually feel bad for her. Because that's the first thing when I woke up this morning. Y'all, I woke up at 6 o'clock this morning. No, around 7. And I looked at the TV and they said Trump is the president. I got up, got me some water, went to, restroom then, when came back in the room and said, let me go to TikTok. And the first thing I saw pop up was Celestial. I said, oh, I was so half asleep, I forgot. So I laid in the bed and watched videos. It was a couple of videos. And yeah, they going for broke for her. And I just I kind of feel bad for her because these folks ain't giving at all. They ain't giving. You can't make no mistake to call yourself a prophet. That's why I said be careful in calling yourself a prophet because it's a lot coming to it. And if you ain't accurate and on point, folks gone folks coming for broke. Now this is a battle between Carrie Ann and Celestial. So they said Carrie Ann said Trump was gonna win. She is special too.
Oh yeah, I heard about Carrie Ann. Yeah, I did. She did say that. I heard her say that. Yeah, you're right.
They throwing. I know Carrie Ann and called her and said, "No, I'm just joking." It's a battle of the prophets right now. But yeah, Brian Carr.
Well, like I say, it was a prophet by the name of Prophet Kim Clement, right? Some people was very upset with me because I was one of the ones who was going around saying Prophet Ken Clement prophesied that Trump would win 2 terms. He would have 2 terms. And when he didn't win the first term, they were saying that the prophecy was not true. But when you go back and you listen to Kim Clement's prophecy, you hear that he's saying that Trump wouldn't win back to back. He would come back to the White House as president, you know. And a lot of people were saying that Trump wasn't going to win based on the prophet. But I think the things that Prophet Kim Clement, I encourage everyone to go check him out. I'm not saying that everything that he preached and said is absolutely accurate or true, but just this particular thing that he's been speaking about Trump before Trump actually came into office, I think it's definitely worth taking a listen to. He actually declares that Trump is going to bring about some form of wealth, and I think it's like an increase of wealth that Trump is going to begin to release in the United States and perhaps within the world. I think that's one of the things that Cyrus is supposed to set to be done as they made a coin about Trump. I think they put a coin on Trump called Cyrus something. I got to go look at it again, but anyway, this coin that they put, I kind of believe that it's tying back to the prophecy that Kim Clement spoke, and I think he spoke this prophecy concerning Trump probably like in 2009 or 10 or something like that, about him becoming president twice. So I don't know. I think Trump is pushing for peace. I'm not saying that he is the man of sin. I got my eye on him, but we do know that the man of sin, he is coming through, or the son of perdition, however you guys want to call it. Some argue, son of perdition, man of sin, the false prophet. The one in Second Thessalonians, and the one that Daniel talks about, the little horn, who have eyes like a man, but a mouth speaking great blasphemies. The scripture does clearly say, for those of us who believe in Yeshua, that he has to come before Jesus returns. I know we have this thought that we're going to be out of here before that, actually before he comes, but according to the way that he comes in through peace. And listening to Trump, he definitely has his mind set on this thing called peace. I've never heard a president speak more about peace and safety than Trump. Trump definitely wants peace and safety in the United States of America, and I definitely think he wants it in Israel. But I'll go ahead and land here. Thinking about Trump,
I'm gonna put
and we're
hot
looking
sauce
at
on.
our economy. We're looking at our economy. It's been prophesied that he's going to bring some form of wealth into the United States. So I don't know. I'm just still looking to see what's going to happen.
I will say this much, and what I'm gonna do Friday night, I'm gonna have a showdown between you and Hot Sauce, because I know when you say this, Hot Sauce gonna scream on the live. So this is y'all. If y'all want to ever get Hot Sauce in check, call Elder Wiggins, because it's gonna be a battleground between those two. But if he is gonna bring some wealth, I say this much, Saints, don't go spend that money. Save that money and put it somewhere and tuck it tight. Because I don't think that would be long. It'll be a long stint with that. So if we make some money, if Trump come in the door and we start making money, don't go out here buy no brand new cars and go buy no brand new house. Nothing. Go put that money up and store it up. So just in case something go down, we can get up out of here. Don't go up here and because the thing is, I know our people. If it start looking good, we gonna breathe and be like, okay, now I can go. Go put that money up. Go old school. Put it in a box and bury it in your backyard. I wouldn't even let the banks hold that money. But y'all, this right here by far is interesting. Saints, I promise you. So Antonio, last night I was so tired. I didn't. What time did I end the private live? Like at 3. It was like 2 o'clock. It was like, yeah, it was about 2 o'clock, and I finally got into bed about 3. It was like 1 o'clock, 1 or 2. But I got into bed, and I'm gonna tell you something. When I saw Joe, I didn't want to tell everybody this because I wasn't quite sure. So let me be quiet. But when I saw that Pennsylvania was at 90% of their votes, and Trump had won, had like 52%, and Kamala had like 50. Well, he had like 51%. Kamala had like 47%, and they were still trying to count and count 10% of the last 10% of the polls. I said, yeah, he won Pennsylvania. And then I looked at Georgia. Georgia, he was winning, and I think they had like 80% of the votes. I said, he's won Georgia. I said, Trump finna be the president. And I went to bed. I said, I ain't finna waste my time. I wasn't even shocked because he won the 3 key states that she needed to win. He won Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, and Arizona. I think he won Arizona too. Did she? Who won? Let me see. Who won Arizona? Yep, he won Arizona. It looked like he won Arizona. So he won all the key states. I think they still voting it though. I think they still doing the count on it. Now what were you saying?
I was just going to say, looking at how Trump won, everything he had to go through to win, it appears to me that God was with this man. They tried to kill him. He got shot in the ear by a sniper. They tried to put him in jail. They sued him, took his money. They defamed his name. Then did all sorts of stuff. And this man still came to become president of the United States. I definitely think that's something interesting to look at, to be truthfully honest.
Yeah.
I think God got his hands in it. I
Mm-hmm.
really do. But some people don't see it that way. They're still kind of caught up in, different reasons why they feel Trump should not have won. But from the
Yeah.
fact, the way that he won, it appears that God was with him. I don't think Trump is a witch. I mean, I don't think he's doing any, supernatural spiritual things to be in the position that he's in, to be truthfully honest. And because of which, I never think God had his hands on Trump winning the election. But yes, you go ahead.
Wiggins is pissing Sean off. He said, "Which God at Elder Wiggins?" Wiggins get up here and just, oh my God! But quite a few people agree with you on some of your points dealing with Be you, Wiggins. Y'all gonna leave Wiggins alone. I'm gonna let Wiggins be Wiggins. You know what? Sometimes me and Wiggins argue about certain things, but I understand what he's saying. The thing is, nobody is put in place unless God wills it. God gonna will everything, and we don't know if God will this for good or for the bad of this nation. But I do agree, God will not allow anybody to do anything unless He has a bigger plan. So, Lahab, this Lahab in here, he said, "Me too," because we be arguing. But wait a minute, Lahab, I'm so sick of him. You see that? His I'm so tired of them. But nothing happens outside of his will. Now, what his will is in this, I don't know how he finna play this. And again, because I'm saying it doesn't mean that God is with his nation. He may have put him in place to do something that's going to be good for this nation or bad for this nation. I don't know. But nobody is put in place unless God says, okay, yeah, let them have it. So I'm trying to see what's finna happen. I'm guessing. I just want to see what's gonna happen. Hold on, Chris.
One thing about it, I definitely believe Trump is for America. I think he's for the American citizens. I really do. I mean, it just from his first term, it appears that he's for America more so than it is the Biden and Kamala Harris. In my view, that's just that to me. That's just kind of plain and simple. But like I say, I know people have their different views against Trump. I don't think Trump is as wicked as people say he is. If he is, his policies would be like the Democratic policies. Now, this is my view from a believer in Yeshua. If Trump was as wicked as he is being claimed to be, how come he don't have any policies that's going against Yeshua? See, the Democrats who say Biden and Camilla, who say they believe in God, they are making policies against Yeshua. You remember that prophecy in the Bible? You remember that story in the Bible about Balaam and Balak? I think Balak wanted Balaam to curse Israel.
Yep.
But he couldn't curse Israel, so he had to put a stumbling block there. So Israel would bring a curse on themselves. I'm saying when when the kings of the earth allow laws to be passed that is against Yahweh, you can bring a curse. You can bring judgment upon your own selves. And it appears to me since Obama has been in
Uh-oh.
was in
One second.
office,
One
and
second.
he
One second. Lahab want to come up here. Come on, Lahab. Go finish with what you saying. Now come up here and
okay.
holler. Wiggins. Finish what you saying.
I just want to say this and I'm gonna let it go. I mean, it appears to me since when Obama came into office and he allowed the same-sex marriage, God says clearly in Jude chapter 1 that he left Sodom and Gomorrah and the surrounding cities that he destroyed for an example that all who would live that way shall suffer eternal damnation. It appears to me that when Obama got into office and he began to raise that up, he began to lift this sin up, this abomination up to God, against God. It seems like that's when America started having a whole bunch of different things taking place in America that we haven't seen before. And again, my whole point is sometimes the kings can allow things to be raised up against God that will bring judgment on the people, on the actual citizens that's living there. We got stories in the scriptures that prove of it. I still believe God is the same way today, yesterday, and forevermore. He doesn't change. I'll land there.
Yep, I see what you're saying. I see exactly what you're saying. I see y'all. I understand what Wiggins is saying to a point. Slick finna get up here and start screaming at you. Y'all know Slick from Berean days. He put Slick up because he finna act like Slick right now. He ain't finna act like Lahab. He finna be Slick. I'm finna be quiet. What you got to say, Slick? Lahab.
All I want to say was peace and blessings to everybody. I'm at work, so I can't talk that much. Everybody be happy, cause Donald Trump gonna send y'all some stimulus money. Cause I think some kind of catastrophe, whether it be a pandemic, virus, terrorist attack, or something coming, because the book is the book. Prophecy
Yep.
don't lie.
Yep. So if they send that good stimulus check, Saints, don't go out here and buy no brand new Jordans and go buy no PlayStation 5s and no flat screen. Put that money up because it's probably the last little bit of money we're gonna see for a little bit coming to us. And that's your stretch money. Make that your stretch money. Cause yeah, it's it's gonna be interesting. What you got to say? Y'all not gonna do Wiggins like that. Wiggins say I'll be taking up for him. I see what he's saying, and I agree with some aspects of what Wiggins is saying. And it's quite a few people here that agree with you, Wiggins. So yeah, this gonna be interesting. Oh, this gonna be interesting. Because the foreign nations right now is the biggest thing right now. These foreign nations are sitting quiet right now. Because Sleepy Joe been giving out money. I don't think they're gonna make any money off of this. What you got to say, Wiggins?
I definitely believe we're going to receive reparations. For me, I do believe that God is judging America and perhaps even some of the nations. I think that this is all prophecy gearing up to the African American Negro slave descendants. This is what I actually believe. I believe that before Yeshua returns, we're going to receive reparations. And I believe many of us are going to return back into Jerusalem before Jesus returns. This is my view. I don't know if Trump is going to be the one to completely fulfill the prophecy of Cyrus. He's the only president so far that had the interest and was bold enough to make Jerusalem the capital of Israel a few years ago, maybe like 4 or 5 years ago. He was the only one that was bold enough out of all of the presidents who had come through the United States since Israel was a nation in 1948. He's the only one who's taken that stance to do that. Perhaps, maybe, perhaps he will finish the rest of the prophecy as relates to saying in Isaiah 40, I think it's what Isaiah 45, that he would open the floodgates of wealth and also saying to Jerusalem for Jerusalem to be built. I believe if he is going to do that, that does have a lot to do with the children of Israel. The coming of Christ, for me, Sister E, when I think of the coming of Christ, I know I've been in church for quite some time. And I used to believe that the coming of Christ was just imminent, like at any moment, at any time. There's nothing holding Yeshua from returning. But the more I read the scriptures, as he said, to watch and pray, that you may be counted worthy to escape all the things that are coming upon the face of the earth and to stand before the Son of Man, the more I watch and pray, which is according to what's written. What's written is we see that Jerusalem, Jesus, when he was talking about his return, he was speaking to Jerusalem, a geographical location. And so I think this is all leading to Jerusalem to fulfill the prophecy of the coming of Christ. Now, this is my view. I know some probably going to disagree, but what say y'all out there? What say you, sisters?
You know me, because when you keep saying that, me and you always had that one conflict, because then you're pointing at the people, and the people over there as if they're the people, and we can have a discussion about that within itself. I don't agree with that. I think it's bigger than that, but we can have a deeper discussion about that, because I want to see what Slick gonna say. Slick done got quiet. Here goes Second Exodus. What's going on? Let me drop the link. I ain't seen him in a minute.
I definitely got. Oh, my fault.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I definitely got something to say. I think we picking the wrong prophecy when it comes to the reparations. America gonna go to the same plagues of Egypt, and then the second Exodus gonna come, and we left out of Egypt with a spoil, and that's that Isaiah 60. What you got to say about that, Wiggin? Wrong prophecy, brother. But that's my opinion.
Okay, say it again, Slick. I missed it. Say it again one more time, brother. You said something. I missed it. Bring it back.
I said wrong prophecy. I don't think it's Cyrus. I think it's like in Egypt when we came out of Egypt. And when we left out of there, we left out with a spoil. But that was only after Egypt went through those plagues first. And then they wanted us to leave. They're going to tell us to get the hell on. And they're going to give us all the gold and silver, like it said in Isaiah 60. We're going to come on them ships with that gold and that silver. That's what I say.
I lean towards what Slick said. I think that they're going, because it says that you're going to see the nations get judged. From there, they're going to give us great substance, and then from there we're out. And that's what I agree with. So, but my brother, he always says that I always fight against him, but I just can't agree with that. Where's Nicole at? Nicole, I need you to come up here.
I definitely agree with what both you guys are saying, but as it relates to the return of Christ, which is what I'm focusing on, that's like a different time period. And Jesus was saying in Matthew 23 that when Jesus returns, Jerusalem will be saying, "Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord." I mean, I don't know if you guys see that as a verse that points to the return of Christ. Matthew 23, I think it's 30. Let me find it right quick. I'm going to read it to you so you can see my point here as it relates to the coming of Christ. In Matthew 23:39, Jesus says, "For I say unto you, you shall not see me." Of course, he's speaking to Jerusalem, Judah. "Henceforth till you shall say, Blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord." We actually have a Jerusalem here today. We have an Israel here today. I believe this Jerusalem, this Israel that's here today will obey the words of Yeshua. You will say, "Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord." In order for that to happen, this is where it's like some of us Hebrew Israelites, we kind of get confused at. In order for that to happen, you have to have the children of Judah and the children of Jerusalem in the land of Jerusalem in order for Jerusalem to say, "Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord." So this thing pointing to the return of Christ. How can Judah say, "Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord," the children of Jerusalem, and they're still scattered? They're still scattered, into the four corners of the earth. So in order for Judah to say that, you have to bring them back. And I believe that this is a sign. If Trump is Cyrus, okay, so before he actually came and made Jerusalem the capital of Israel, he was actually prophesied to be a Cyrus to do that part. And I'm saying if you go to Isaiah 45 and you read the rest of that, I mean, who's to say Trump won't do the rest of that? You feel what I'm saying? And if he does, then we would have to be a part of it. We, the children, the real children of Israel. That's where I land my plane.
What's going on, y'all? Is good.
Yeah, always good, always good. Y'all is always great. Can y'all hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
Awesome, awesome, man. And and, and just my
You breaking up. Y'all is good. You breaking up. You can when you chime in, let us know because you breaking up. Um,
can you hear me now?
yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. Can y'all hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Just my mix on it, man. I think this is a mix of lots of different things. The first thing is I think this was more of a judgment uh, towards Kamala, right? She to some degree they'll turn her back on us, like in the group of people that she turned her back on us for. They'll turn their back on her. That she needed them, and they just all went and left her, right? So that's that first the judgment. I mean, that will always come back to bite her. And going on to the Trump and the things that's going on with Trump, the people they don't realize it is not just the U.S. As far as the U.S., it works in a cycle with other nations. Uh, as far you guys are talking about, yeah, I'm gonna go back as far, but that's because the value of the dollar is going down day after day. I lived in three different countries, and one of the things that they don't tell you, if your money does not worth as much as the next country, you're gonna have to pay more to get those things. Now, the fast forward, there's there's Trump in power, and then there's the break like the nations, and they're coming in to replace the petrodollar. Now, as far as every other Western nation, they already saw and say from the first the go around that they don't want to work with Trump. And in order for the U.S. to stop the breaks our nations from taking it off, they need the Western like our nations. They already don't want to work with Trump. What we're seeing here is a major collapse where Yahweh said, "Hey, I want y'all to pick your own leader, your own person. I'm not going to let you pick up half that half Indian, half Hebrew to come and do this. You're going to get your own guy, and that guy's going to bring everything crashing down." And it goes back to say, right, that when you look at the polls, it's all white people. They essentially pick their own poison. They essentially pick their own guy to bring everything falling down because people just don't remember this. But the checks were not sent off by Trump. It was sent
Yep.
off by the Democrats. They did all that stuff and Trump just put his name under. Everybody was losing money all because of Trump. Trump was getting the UK mad at Trump. The, you have to imagine how badly you're screwing up if the UK is mad at you and you're the president of the United States.
Yep.
They didn't even want him to show up.
Yep.
Germany was mad at him. Half the other white nations are not talking to you how much you're screwing up. And then fast forward, Elon Musk, this man has been beefing with China for years. They took his Tesla design and they didn't pay him nothing for it. And they gave it to somebody in China. We're about to walk into a shit show of wars.
That's what I want to say, but I can't say it. But you said it right.
We're
Keep going.
look, I'm just being the realistic because people think all this is happening because of this, because of that. But you guys have to look back and see how the last 4 years of Trump that went down. It was chaos after chaos after chaos after chaos. And 99% of the time, it just kept on getting worse. It kept on getting worse. It kept on getting worse. But people that don't read and research are thinking about, oh, yeah, Trump did. No. I'm telling you right now, we're about to walk into a nonsense of chaos.
I agree.
And I could care less because Yahweh is allowing them to pick their own champion. And
Ooh.
if this is the final show of the U.S., it's only fitting that somebody who embodies everything the U.S. is.
Yep, yep, you're right. I agree. This is your cousin already said I'm being nice because they know this is Santonio's cousin, and we all be on the phone. And Santonio started this prophecy right there, and I will be screaming in the phone. So I'm being nice though, because Wiggins is my brother, but he know when we get on this phone, I'm finna talk about him.
Well, see, but sister E, here's the deal.
Yeah, go ahead. Go
You.
ahead. Let me say this real quick. Thank
Okay, go
you
ahead.
so much, Bruce Parrish, for your super chat. Blessings to E. Donald Trump is a narcissist, incompetent felon. America is unrepentant, reprobate nation for voting him in office. I agree. I agree. Come on, keep going. And let me say this, y'all. I don't want us to start getting into what land this is. This is not a land conversation. He just brought that up as a part of his argument. But I don't want this to get into a land conversation because I do want us to stay remaining focused on the current topic, which is Trump and how this is going to impact. Is this God? How is this going? You know, I just I want us to say here because when we start talking about where the land is and all that, it will go into a whole nother conversation, and I just don't want to talk about that right now. I want us to stay on this election, which is the aftermath of the election. So go ahead, Wiggins.
At the end of the day, I still going to go back to how I think this all has a lot to do with us. For some
Yeah.
reason, I don't know if we're understanding that if we believe that Jesus Christ is going to return, he died because he refused to take it back. That's what he said he was going to do. They wanted Jesus to deny that he is the Son of Man. Jesus refused to deny he's the Son of Man. He refused to deny that he's the Son of God. He said, the Son of Man, you shall see him coming in on the cloud of heaven with power and great glory. I'm saying to you, we are in the time period where it is pointing us to the return of Yeshua. And the time period of the return of Yeshua, it has a lot to do with the African American Negroes. Now, I'm saying this when we were talking about Jesus is talking about his return. For some reason, I don't think that we may have overlooked that audience relevance is important. He wasn't talking to the nations as it relates to his return, the nations outside of Jerusalem. Jesus said, and this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in Jerusalem, in Judea, Samaria, and even to the uttermost parts of the earth. So who he was talking to was his people in Jerusalem. I'm telling you, we have an Israel here today. We have a Jerusalem here today. I believe that this is all a sign of pointing to his return, and we are a part of that return. And I believe Donald Trump may be a part. He may play a part to it. Just I'm drawing my suspicion on what I just said based on the prophecy that has come before him. See, he's in office again, according to the prophecy from the man who gave the prophecy. There was a man by the name of Kim Clement. Like I say, I encourage everyone to go take a look at that. He is the one who prophesied that Donald Trump would be president 2 terms. Not only is he the one who prophesied, but he also prophesied that he would open up the floodgates as it relates to some form of finances being brought into the United States or even perhaps around the world. If this be true, then he's going to fulfill. I don't see why he wouldn't fulfill it. I mean, some people may say he's not going to fulfill it, but if he's fulfilled these 2 parts about the prophecy so far about him being the president twice, why would he fulfill the rest of it? That Prophet Kim Clement is saying that God gave to him concerning Trump, which is where I'm drawing my conclusion from. So that's where I'm gonna land my plane. That I do believe that God is judging America, and I do believe at the end of that judgment, it is concerning us. This is all going to happen before Yeshua returns. That's where I'm landing at.
Hey, Yeshua, Yahoo. I hope I'm saying that right.
Hello, God bless you. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm blessed. I've been watching your channel for about a year and a half now from Teo Ministries. I watched it and I've been watching, keeping up, and I just want to give a little input if you don't mind.
Come on. I'm good.
In 2009, I'm 28 years old. In 2009, I was 13, and I had a vision for about a week long. At the end of the year, in the last week of the year, about Daniel's 17th week, for 7 days, I had visions of the end of the world concerning the 7 year tribulation, according to Daniel 9:24 to 27. And God has shown me in one vision, after reading the book of Revelation and Daniel, I opened the books and I was reading them, and I had no understanding. One was a King James Bible, and another was a NIV Bible. I was reading the books side by side. Then I had God opened my eyes to see in the spirit. I wasn't eating for about a week. My appetite had just diminished. I was only 13, and I saw the first vision I saw was two beasts breaking into a locked vehicle. It was an open vision in the day, and I was talking to my grandmother. She didn't see the vision, and I didn't know what I was seeing. They thought I was crazy. Then the next day, I saw Kamala Harris. I didn't know who she was at the time. I thought it was Hillary Clinton. This is around the time of the 2009, 2008 election where Obama and Hillary was going contending for presidency. And I saw on Kamala Harris' forehead, Mystery Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth, Revelation 17:5. Then I kept having more visions about this tribulation. It was very scary, but God, God, uh, God started to heal my mind and stuff. It wasn't that I was crazy. I was seeing things that were to come. To wrap things up, and when COVID-19 happened, I started to see the tribulation began with Donald Trump's peace plan. Donald Trump's peace plan, the peace of prosperity peace plan and the Abrahamic Accords fulfilled Daniel 9:25, which says, "Know therefore and understand that from the going forth of the commandment to restore and build Jerusalem unto the coming of Messiah the Prince, that is Christ, Yahushua HaMashiach, shall be 7 weeks and 62 weeks, and the street shall be built again, and the wall even in troublous times." We know that this is the last week or Daniel's 17th week now, because we know that from the time the scripture before that talks about 70 weeks or 490 years are determined. 77s are determined upon thy people, upon the holy city, to bring in the transgressions and the iniquity and to anoint the most holy. Some translations may say the holy place, most holy place. But we know our 400-year captivity of Judah and America coincides with that 490-year prophecy, because with Donald Trump's peace plan, the peace, prosperity, and Abraham Accords behind it, behind the sound of the Trump was actually Jared Kushner. I believe between Barack Obama and Jared Kushner could be the two beasts I saw in that revelation that God showed me 10 years ago. Because when you look at the name Jared in Hebrew, or Yered, it translates to descend. In the days of Jared, what happened? The six from Adam, the angels came down and cohabitated with us, with the daughters of men. What happened during COVID-19? I believe the vaccines is a parallel, a type of a shadow, a harbinger, because when the vaccines, I believe in those vaccines are, or sorry, I don't mean to use that word, but in those in the harm in the arm, there could be fallen angel, you know, stuff like that, and that what is a precursor to the mark of the beast. And then on top of that, that just parallels the days of Enoch, the seventh from Adam, when he saw when he wrote about the sixth generation, Jared Kushner, 666 Fifth Avenue in New York City, or Genesis 5. It talks about Jared, which was the sixth from Adam, and I believe that he could be one of the beasts I saw. I know Vladimir Putin is one of the beasts whose life is prolonged for a season at the Gog Magog. As the Gog Magog, he's one of the four beasts. The Pope could be the beast, but these are things I just need clarity on, and I pray God will heal my mind and show me the interpretations with more clarity.
Thank you, thank you. The
Hey,
thing is, this.
hey, can
Go
I say
ahead,
something, Sister E?
go ahead, Slick.
Sure.
All I wanted to say is Wiggins, Wiggins, Wiggins. Donald Trump, Cyrus now. Tenfold.
I didn't.
Brother, hold up for a minute. Hold up. Let me finish. Don't say nothing. Because I know when he got elected the first time, they came out with that Cyrus coin and all of that. What we need to understand is these people know prophecy too, because they had our scriptures all of this time. And a lot of that shit is them, I'm sorry about cussing, is them propagating scripture to deceive the very elect, right? One thing we know about Cyrus feared God. That's why he sent us back home. Trump don't fear nobody. He's not Cyrus. Stop with the bull crap.
You knew when Slick came up here. You knew. Wiggins, you knew El Lahab was not going to let you have that one.
Well,
You
well,
knew it.
well, the only thing I can do is go by the same way people judge Trump by what he says. I can only judge him by what he says. Out of his own mouth, Trump said that America needs a savior. He's not God. Jesus is Lord. He continues to proclaim he is a Christian out of his own mouth. Based on that alone says that he does fear God based on his own words. So again, I'm not the one who's making the prophecies. People keep here again. Let's make this real clear again. I've never said Trump is a Cyrus. This idea that Trump is a Cyrus came before me. It came before me. I'm glad that Slick got up and just confirmed it, that the coin about Trump being Cyrus was already there a while back. Again, if someone say I'm repeating myself, but I just we're talking about Trump. Does all of this mean as it relates to Trump becoming president again, the second term, in the face of all that we've seen? I mean, we got to ask God about this. God, what does this mean? Like, what are you trying to tell us? What are you speaking to us? Like, for real, we got to begin to put our biases down and ask the Holy Spirit to show us the truth. I really believe God will show us the truth as relates to the things that we're talking about. And for me, again, why would God allow Trump to be in position? I'm only going back to what I've heard about him, what I've seen about him, and what he's done. I don't think that's a wrong place to start at. But
Who you said gave that prophecy? Did you say Chet Lemon, Don Lemon brother? What was the dude name you said?
No, his name is Prophet Kim, Kim Clement.
I can't take Lahab. Oh, he's not going to let you have it.
Okay, so he watch this. Because
Hey,
the issue is,
I'm dropping the link. I'm gonna drop the link. Anybody who wants to come there, invited. Please be respectful. Stay on the subject. If you got a personal shot at Wiggins, go to his channel and harass him. He got his own channel, sir. Put your channel down here. If y'all want to harass Wiggins on his prophecy, on his not prophecy, but what he's saying, Wiggins spin up a live and let them come and harass you. Drop your link, Elder Wiggins. He does lives too.
okay.
Go and harass the heck out of him. Oh, they finna get you, Wiggins. Get him, Wiggins.
Oh, so we're saying like what?
You're not finna get away with this. Drop your link to your channel. Don't do that. Y'all not finna let him get away with this. Y'all gonna harass him when he does his live. Now, some of his lives he praying. That's a praying man of God. But y'all gonna harass him after his prayers. Cause y'all ready to go at him. I dropped the link for anybody that want to join. I see raw religious out there. Anybody want to join? Come on up. I don't know what I'm gonna say. Go ahead, Wiggins, and say what you got to say. I'm calling Brew Queen on you too. Oh, y'all gonna have me on this live all night, and I need to clean my room up. My room looks like a tornado that went through it. But go ahead.
So some of us believe that we are in the 400-year prophecy. I definitely believe
look at this.
What?
You see what religious and
religious, I see you, man. Come on up here and talk with me, man. Come on. We're just talking, man. I'm just talking, man. You know, my views are very much so different, as it relates to a lot of the people.
When you do a live, I need everybody to go over because I'm gonna go over there and harass him myself. Yeah. I harass him enough on the phone. I be running his apostles off the phone, so let me be quiet. Oh, here we go. Oh, we got religious.
Shalom, my brother religious. Come on, man. What you got for me, man? Come on.
And nah, Wiggins, I'm on your grass later. I ain't gonna do it in public, bro.
right. Okay, so we're talking about Trump. We're saying, is God using Trump? For me, I would say I think God has his hand something with Trump. I think Trump is a peculiar type of person. I like I say, he's talking about peace and safety and security. I believe that a lot of that has to be done according to the prophecy. That has to be done before Yeshua returns. Now, the real deal is many of us believe that we are in the 400-year prophecy. And according to the 400-year prophecy, God is supposed to bring us back to the land of our promise. I believe they stoned Stephen in Acts the 7th chapter. One of the reasons they stoned Stephen is because Stephen prophesied to them, Judah, Jerusalem, his own people, that you are going to go beyond Babylon. You're going to go beyond Damascus because of the sins of the wilderness. That's what Stephen prophesied to them before his own people, before they stoned him. I do believe when you're talking about Judah, was that prophecy fulfilled when Stephen spoke it? Was it fulfilled after he spoke it? Yes, I definitely do believe it was fulfilled. I believe it was fulfilled when it talks about in Joel chapter 3, you sold the children of Judah, you sold the children of Jerusalem to the Grecians that you might remove them far from their borders. So I definitely believe what Stephen prophesied about Judah going beyond Damascus and going beyond Babylon. I believe it fell upon the transatlantic slave trade, the Alhambra slave trade, the Spanish ink, all of that. And I believe we are the byproduct of that. I believe we are the descendants of that, straight up. With that being said, God is saying through his word, if you start at Zechariah 12, we know Zechariah 12 has never happened before. And according to Zechariah 12, God declares that in the day that he pours upon Jerusalem the spirit of grace and of supplication, he says that they will look upon him whom they have pierced, and they will mourn for him as one mourneth for his only begotten son. Now, in that day, according to Zechariah chapter 12, he said that all nations would be gathered against Jerusalem. We know that hasn't happened. We know that God hasn't gathered all nations against Jerusalem, and we know He hasn't he hasn't poured upon the house of Jerusalem the spirit of grace and of supplication. So, in order for Him to pour upon the house of David, according to Zechariah chapter 12, the spirit of grace and supplication, guess who needs to be there? We got to be there. We got to be there, but we don't see ourselves there. So when I'm talking about Israel, I'm not referring to the people that you see in the land when I say we, because we're not in the land. I'm referring to us, the descendants, Judah, the Negro slave descendants, the ones who were the children who were taken from their parents, according to Moses. Moses said, your sons and your daughters shall be taken from you, and they shall go into captivity. You won't be able to do anything about it. That's in Deuteronomy 28, one of the curses. I'm saying we don't see ourselves in Zechariah chapter 12 as it relates to the coming of Yeshua. I'm going to land right here. I believe Zechariah chapter 12, verse 10 agrees with Revelation chapter 1 and 7. Behold, he cometh with clouds, every eye shall see him, and they which pierced him, and all kindreds of the earth shall wail because of him. Even so, amen. I don't believe Revelations 1 and 7 has happened for a plethora of reasons. And I don't believe Zechariah 12 and 10 has happened based on the context of Zechariah 12 and 10. When we get into Zechariah 12 and 10, do you all see us there? That's my question. That's where I'm going to land my plane. I think all of this that Trump is doing is bringing us into Zechariah 12. I land there.
Oh, okay. Y'all, anybody got anything to say? I see Elder Yara come up here. Religious. I already said something. What do you got to say, Elder Yara?
Hey, peace and blessings to you, Sister E. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Yes.
Peace and blessings to the brothers on the panel as well.
Peace and blessings, man.
Elder Wiggins, hey man, hey listen, we've had a few conversations before, and man, I got to give you a high five today, brother. I got to give you a high five today, brother.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I think you're right on it, and much more sound doctrine than what I've been hearing and talking against, especially coming out of these One West doctrinal camps. Quote Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 15, talking about why Israel shouldn't be voting for a king over them, right? It's a false doctrine, false teaching. They really have bad doctrine. We already know that. most of us who talk against the one West doctrinal teachers that come out of those camps. But the problem is, I think you're dead on. I think people don't really look at it, understand Isaiah chapter 45 and the Most High's appointment of King Cyrus. It is clearly a chapter where this is a non-Israelite by blood or by marriage in no way, form, or fashion. He is a foreigner. He is not of the land of Israel, but the Most High anoints him for a specific purpose and calls him a Messiah. So how do you get around that when you're talking about who the Most High won't choose to be over his people, to bring prosperity and deliverance to them? This is a major problem that we have when we hear people saying we shouldn't be voting for this person or we shouldn't be voting for that person. And I'm with you, brother. I'm not saying Donald Trump or Kamala Harris is a Messiah, or any of these politicians are necessarily a Messiah. But when it comes to specific issues of the heart, my indictment of most people that voted for Kamala Harris, not that Donald Trump was a much better person ethically, but this whole push on abortion rights, disguised as women's rights issues or rights to their bodies issues. We're talking, at the end of the day, we're talking about the sanctity of life. That should overwhelm your pocket. That should be above your pocketbook. That should be above your what's going on in your household. That should go above whether or not you're concerned about can you make it from paycheck to paycheck. The sanctity of life, God's creation, his purpose, his will. We don't know if the next person, listen, since Roe versus Wade, there's been over 18.
Elder Yara, you broke up. Hello?
Yeah, he broke up on my end too.
You
Did
enjoying
he
that?
fall? Did he fall off?
No, he coming back. He probably had breakup, but Wiggins got somebody on his side. He like, wait a minute, hold on.
Yeah.
Wait a minute,
No,
Judge.
he wasn't all the way on his side. He dipped his big toe in the water and said, "I don't know if Donald Trump and he backed up a little bit. He started off on his side, but he scooted back too."
Well, I agree with
Just
him. I'm not
Reese,
saying that Donald
hold
Trump.
on. Just on a comical note. Just Reese, I'm sorry I do have to clean my room. But I know I started this stuff. And we here now. I'm finna fold these clothes up later. But oh my goodness. Oh, he gone. He gotta come back. Cause I tell you, I got somebody on his side. Cause Slick ready. I'm finna pin this link. Since we here now. So I guess I'll be folding tonight. Hold on. I'm actually
See,
wanting to do
Sister E, the whole deal is we don't. The point is, as I'm talking about, I think Trump is going to do something, finish the work that he started with Jerusalem. That I'm saying that has something to do with us. We don't believe it. We don't believe that we should be in the land of Jerusalem before Christ returns in the land of Israel, according to Zechariah chapter 12. We don't believe that.
I
But
think
that's what I'm saying. I believe it's coming to that particular place.
I think Yara's back. So Elder Yara.
Yeah, my apologies. So I'm on my phone. I never really do that. Someone called and knocked me out. But I just wanted to finish that statement. Like I said, since the overturn of Roe versus Wade, I think we got to put those things. You have to view that as a sanctity of life. Is that those goes beyond a political issue? That goes beyond our pocketbooks. That goes beyond whether or not, my tomatoes gonna go right in my backyard come the summertime. All these little other issues that we have, we cannot set that above what is true and dear to the Most High. He says, "I come that you might have life, and that more abundantly." To go against that is to go against His whole purpose and plan. He says it's not His will that any man should perish. That is a promise of life, right? So these are the things that we should, as believers and as followers of the Most High, as followers of the Mashiach, these are the things that we should keep foremost and forefront at the very beginning of what. Listen, people talk about you ain't supposed to take your faith to the polls. Then what you supposed to take to the polls? Your anger, your discontent, your unbelief. These are the things that I have a problem with people who don't line these things up properly, right? And so I always tell people now that Trump is in office, did you not pray that the Most High's will be done? A lot of folks out here mad and heartbroken. Did you pray that not the Most High's will be done? That's a question a lot of folks won't answer. Because if you pray that the Most High's will be done and you see the results of that, do you now don't believe in the Most High? Is your fervent prayers going to naught? And as I was saying, we have 18 million black babies been aborted in this country, African American babies, since since Roe versus Wade was put into law before it was overturned. How do you know that within that 18 million, that's not the doctor that was going to be able to cure, the Most High was going to bless with the knowledge to cure your mother from cancer or to become the president that you're looking for? See, these are the things we need to keep in perspective. We get too emotional about putting people in office or politicians or different things when we should line up their agenda with the scripture. We too busy lining folks up with how they look and how they dress and how they appear. Line up what they're saying with the scripture. That's what we have to start. Nobody's all perfect. I haven't seen a king, and there's not too many kings that was in Israel that did everything right. Listen, if David was running for president today, man, he would have no chance. Y'all talking about convicted felons? Y'all would have no chance if King David was running for president today. Set a man up to be killed so he can have his wife. What?
Teach.
Y'all would have nothing to say. So this is all I'm saying. I want to say appreciate you, Sister, for even having this platform. I've been listening to you over the last few weeks. Great job on what you do, as always. The brothers on there. But I want to say shout out to Elder Wiggins. I know sometimes, I think last few times we may have disagreed on little things here and there, but I want to say today, you on point. I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna learn some more from you, Elder. Peace and blessings.
Make sure you subscribe
Hey.
to his channel. Hold on one second. I'm gonna do a plug for his channel. Make sure you sub for his channel. Wiggins actually has a channel, y'all. I need y'all to subscribe to his channel and harass him like y'all be harassing me. When he got there, go to his channel and harass him.
Elder Wiggins, you welcome on my channel. Dutor will come on over, man, and do a show, man. The platform is always open to you. All right.
Yes, sir. Likewise, man. You're welcome to mine too, man. It's always
Yes,
a
sir.
pleasure
Same for you,
talking to
Sister
you, man.
E. Same for you, Sister E.
I gotta come over and check your channel out, Elder Yara.
Yeah,
So,
just come over and talk. Yep. Just come over and talk.
So
There's not
it
too
is
many.
woman. Is it woman friendly? Because some of these
All 1,000%. 1,000%.
because you got some people around here saying women don't need to teach or talk. So
that's another ignorant teaching.
whoa,
That's another ignorant.
I
and
agree.
that's a Christian that says that, y'all. Because if you watch it, I'm saying it.
That's another ignorant. See, that's another ignorant teaching. See, I tell people all the time, they don't study their Bible, and that's the problem. They don't read their Bible, and they don't study, and not just study their Bible, Elder Wiggins and Sister E. They don't study their Bible and let the Spirit lead them to what to read.
Yep.
You see?
Yep.
That's the problem, because if they did that, the moment they hear somebody say that and they had a problem with it, the Most High would have took them and showed them Deborah.
Ooh.
That's right.
You understand what I'm saying? She sat under the mamre tree. What was the purpose of sitting under the mamre tree? That was the place where the person in the highest office in Israel sat. Go do y'all study and research.
Oh, we gonna have, you know what? We gonna have a conversation about that, because I got some folks out here that say that women don't need to.
Oh,
say nothing to men.
that's ignorant, man.
Yeah,
That's it. They quote Paul a lot. Well, let your wife go home. Let the woman go home and be silent. They don't understand that there was a specific issue going on there. It wasn't spread abroad. He had to deal with that directly. But if they just read the next chapter, the women were prophesying over the whole entire congregation. What? Just read the next chapter.
Yep. So I gotta come over. So yeah, I'm gonna make sure your channel is the New Torah Movement. I'm gonna subscribe.
Yep. New Torah Movement at the Elder Yara Project. Come over, subscribe. And you can see our lessons in what we teach. And listen, this is what we're trying to do in Israel. In Israel, we gotta burn back these one West doctrinal teachings, because you got a lot of new folks come on and they listen to them videos and they think they got it. We got to scrub that off the internet. We got to get.
That's right.
Okay, so let me show
Hey,
the two.
Sister E, can I say something? Can I say something? One more thing, and it's gonna be quick.
Oh,
I
go ahead.
promise. What I wanted to say is we must have forgot about the eclipse creating that tav in the sky. That points towards the Exodus right there, right? And when we exited it last time, we walked in the wilderness. We did not go straight into the land. So that's book right there. And I'm gonna leave it at that.
Hey, Wiggins. Yep, you're right. Wiggins, what's your channel again? Is it under Elder Wiggins or is it under Judah?
Hold on, I'm gonna post it again.
Post again, and I'm gonna post it because I want everybody that comes up here. If you got a channel and you got Sound Doctrine, I'm gonna put your channel up here so people can sub. Elder Yara, I've just subbed your channel, my brother. Good teaching so far. So I'm gonna come and check you out.
Thank you, Sister E.
Everybody.
Oh, I think I'm back. But peace and blessings to y'all.
Peace and blessings. Thank you so much for coming up here.
Peace and blessings, brother. God bless you, Elder.
God bless you.
All right. So Slick, what you got to say? I know you're not finna let them get away with this. I know you're not finna let them get away with this. Come on now, Wiggins. Come on, Slick. Slick that got quiet.
You know, what y'all want? What you want me to say? I done said what I had to say. I pointed towards. I don't know what I mean. Some people say I asked me. This was the thing about the clip. You know what?
You breaking up. You breaking up, my brother. So
can you hear me now?
You breaking up bad.
I'm in the wilderness. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. You good? When you hold on. Say something. I think you're good now.
How I sound now?
You're not good now. Get to a good spot.
Let me
know when
that's how I'm back.
Somebody said auto tune right now. So it seems like okay. So go ahead and sub the Elder Wiggins channel and sub for New Torah Movement channel. You know, if you just want to sub Wiggins channel just to harass him, do that. But don't come over here harassing him, please. But yeah.
One blue Ford truck, last one.
So I love it. But I really see that a lot of people are looking at Trump coming into office is the beginning of the end, pretty much. The beginning of the peace, and then we're finna go to tribulation. So I say this much, saints. Why, if this is the case, and we do get some money, and it's a moment of peace, stack your money while we got a chance. I really believe that if that's the case, the Most High is giving us a chance to get some stuff in order. So if we do have to bounce, we can bounce with no problems. So while you got time, get your passports, get everything. Because I really believe that if Kamala came in the office, we would have went straight to war. No questions asked. No discussion. We going straight to war because they already had their war agenda in place. I think with Trump, it's going to be a slow movement to war, which is going to give everybody an opportunity to get prepped. But war is inevitable. I think on both sides, war is going to happen. But I think one is going to happen faster than the other.
You know, the elder asked a great question. You know, if we pray that God's will be done, and as it relates to the election, and Trump won the election, what do we do now? Do we kick against what appears to be God's will, or do we flow with what appears to be God's will? I mean, that's a great question. I mean, that's truly a great question. I think somebody should answer that question for those who didn't want Trump to win, for those who didn't want Trump to become president. You know what I mean? And that's where we're saying, is God's hand in Trump? winning to become the president, to me, it would appear he is.
Ours is kind of so all these prophets finna start rearing their head now. I'm waiting. It's finna be prophet attack. Every prophet that we know of is finna rear his head. Brian Carnes, and already I think this is an old prophecy with Brian Carnes. You got Carrie Ann, she really finna raise her head up. You gonna have all these different prophets. This is finna be prophet war right now. And Carnes is kind of saying the same thing. We saying that it's gonna be war, preparing for war. And I really believe that this season, and I ain't prophesying. Let's put the word out there. I ain't never claimed to be a prophet. But what I'm saying is what I think, based on what I'm paying attention to, that it's going to be a prepare season for us, to where we can prepare for what's to come. Because ain't none of us prepared, being honest.
I just wanted to say this here because as it relates to Donald Trump bringing peace and safety, some is going to kick against it, but I think that if the peace of America was ever taken, that means that our peace would be taken. Those of us who believe that we are Israelites and we are in the land of our enemies, some would even say Babylon. If the peace is taken from that place, so is the peace taken from us. I want to read Jeremiah 29:4. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, unto all that are carried away captives, whom I have caused to be carried away from Jerusalem unto Babylon. Some of us would say, that happened to us. We are in Babylon. The instructions here is build ye houses and dwell in them, and plant gardens and eat the fruit of them. Take ye wives and beget sons and daughters, and take wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, that they may bear sons and daughters, that ye may be increased there and not diminished. And seek the peace of the city, whether I have caused you to be carried away captive, and pray unto the Lord for it. Pray that God will have peace over Babylon. That don't even make sense to some people. For in the peace thereof shall you have peace. So it's like, as we're talking about, you know, Trump coming into position, it's clear that he wants to restore some form of peace in America, who some would say Babylon. That's my interpretation. But as I listen to some of my brothers and sisters, it appears that they want the peace of America, but some would say Babylon. They want it to be taken while we're in the land. I don't want that. I don't want that. I mean, if that's what you want, then that's just what you want. But for me, that's not something that I'm looking forward to, that I want to see in my day. I would love for God to continue to keep the peace over America, whereby her enemies cannot enter into her soil. But America does have enemies, and we all know it. But I pray to God that He keeps the peace over America, where her enemies can't find their way into the soil of America and bring war within the land of America that we're living in. So I am for Trump because he is for peace. Some of us is for war, but according to the scriptures, if we're for those of us who love the old covenant and we honor the old covenant, I think we should honor the old covenant in Jeremiah 29, what he told us to do if we're in the land of our captivities. Babylon, pray for the peace of it. Are we really doing that? I'm gonna land right there.
I kind of agree somewhat with that scripture, if I may put input. I do have a different take on that scripture in Jeremiah. I think that would be more applicable to our captivity at the beginning when we first arrived here, because Babylon or America, the parallel would be at the beginning of our captivity. But since we're coming towards the end of it, I believe that, as the scripture says in Paul's epistle, when they say peace and safety, then comes sudden destruction shall come upon them, as birth pains come upon a woman suddenly, and they shall not escape. That scripture, I think, more so we should probably put more emphasis on Jeremiah 49. I'm trying not 49, Jeremiah 50 and 51. I think these are those days, because as Sister E pointed out, that Trump bringing peace, and then there's going to be some, not to misquote you, but Trump's peace under Trump, then I think that happened at the beginning of his first term. But I think we're in those days where they're saying peace and safety still, but it's going to be a sudden destruction. That's just my take on it. based on Jeremiah 50 and 51, and we shall escape soon. God speed.
Yeah, according to the Bible, like we talk about hermeneutics, when you talk
Hmm.
about in 1 Thessalonians 5, Paul says, "Brethren, I have no need to write to you concerning the times and the seasons, for you know
Hmm.
perfectly that yourselves that the day of the Lord so cometh as a thief in the night. When they
Correct.
shall say peace and safety, then sudden destruction cometh upon them as a woman in travail, and they shall not escape." I really believe that Israel is a part of that. When you read the scriptures, the travail part from the Old Testament to the New Testament
Right.
is referring to Jerusalem. That's really what it's referring to. So
Yeah.
when Jerusalem say peace and safety, this is when destruction is going to come. And that's what I was saying earlier as we talk about Trump. I'm
Right.
not, I don't know if he is the Antichrist or if he's opening the way for the Antichrist to come through peace and safety. Uh, and which would bring about destruction upon Jerusalem. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if he's opening the door for
I
the
believe he
Antichrist to
is.
come or not.
But not. I don't think he's the Antichrist. I believe between Barack Obama, the abomination of desolation could be between him and Jared Kushner was really the one that brokered that peace deal, the peace, prosperity, and the Abrahamic Accords. And I think it fulfills Daniel 9:25, where they say, where it talks about the restoration and rebuilding of Jerusalem. We look at it from the Cyrus perspective, but the restoration of Jerusalem under, if he be Cyrus, that he could be duly fulfilling prophecy as a Cyrus, and perhaps I believe that was Darius or Ahasuerus in those days. I don't want to misquote the scripture, but it's a lot of angles I see.
Hey, can I say something? Can I be heard now? I'm still in the matrix.
Sure.
Yep, you still we can hear you. Y'all, what I'm
What
doing
I
is
want.
I didn't unhook my computer, so I ain't on my mic because I'm gonna clean up. But I'm gonna keep the live going while I clean. So I'm muting out, I'm listening, I'm coming in and out. I got my laptop around the house.
Okay.
Me and Wiggins, we always argue about timelines, right? And that peace and safety part that he keep talking about, that has absolutely nothing to do with America. That peace and safety is after Judah goes back to Jerusalem, and in
Right.
them first three and a half years, they gonna think everything is all right, but
That's
it's
where we
not
at
all
now.
right.
That's where we at now, I
That no,
believe.
that's what y'all talking about happens in the land though, not here. You hear me? Not in America.
I
Okay.
agree.
They don't have nothing to do with
I
America.
agree, sir.
Well, we escaped for the last 3.5 years out of America, the wilderness, according to Revelation 12. The woman escapes into the wilderness, 3 and 4 times, and half a time. So we coming out of the 3.5 years here in America to 3.5 years in the wilderness. So I believe that that's where that timeline fits.
Yeah, but when you study the scriptures, when they shall say peace and safety, then travail cometh upon them. If you go back and you read the words of prophet Jeremiah, I
Right.
believe Isaiah, he
Right.
talks about travail being upon
Isaiah 66,
Jerusalem.
verse 7. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, he talks about travail being upon Jerusalem. So we do know that peace and safety is referring to Jerusalem. But I was just saying, for those of us who believe that we are Israelites and we believe that we are in the land of our enemies, we believe that we are in the land of Babylon. I was saying that according to Jeremiah 29, we should pray for the peace of the city that we are in. That's what I'm referring to. I'm not referring to
Okay,
First
I see.
Thessalonians 5. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah.
Right.
Hey Bruce,
Uh,
Bruce,
hey,
welcome.
thank you. Appreciate it, Sister E. Thank you. I appreciate all the work you've been doing
Shalom,
over
bro.
the
Shalom, bro.
years. Hey, Shalom. I called into me and me and Elder Wiggins, we agree on a lot of stuff because me and Elder Wiggins and I usually agree on a lot of things, particularly when we on Brother Berean's uh, broadcasts when we battle in the urban apologists and the Christians who think we are in error, the Israelites. But today, Elder Wiggins, I'm just baffled, man, to how you come to conclusion that Trump is for peace when when his national security, by his former chief of staff, all his general, the joint chiefs of staff said he is dangerous and incompetent. He has said he would like to become a dictator on the first day. He caters to Erdogan, Putin, and all these other dictators who have no reservation about taking the will of the people and just dump it in the trash and going on the war. Trump, to me, listen, I'm not a Kamala Harris. Um, I'm not a Kamala Harris supporter. And as a matter of fact, I'm not a Democrat. But traditionally, I've voted on the Democratic side because I know how wicked the Republican Party is and how they feel about black folks. And the base of their party is nothing full of neo Nazis, KKK, and all those white supremacists who have an agenda to destroy African American and other people of color. But what I'm kind of amazed at, Elder Wiggins, is you saying he's for peace. If anybody's for peace, he's trying. Certainly not Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Listen, his former national security advisor, his his chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the NSA, all of them have said he is dangerous. And I mean, these are all Republicans. And from his last campaign, he said he would pick the most competent and the most qualified people. Well, he picked them, and now they're saying that how dangerous he is. They even said, I don't know if you all are paying attention, that he can't even comprehend security briefings when they're in it, when they're trying to, and they have to break it down like it's a 10-year-old because he can't comprehend the security threats and the things that he's said, and I was like, this guy is dangerous. And what I'm kind of upset about black folks, and me, Wiggins, I don't care what people think because I'm grown and I'm an older guy, so
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm gonna say what I believe because
Yes, sir.
I'm for Israel. I'm for the Most High Yah and the Son Yeshua Hamashiach. But I'm upset with black folks because they got look and Trump have the ability to put out sorcery in the air, and people don't know what when they're being. It's like witchcraft and sorcery with all that crap that he says. But it's just it's subtle, but it's sorcery with all this stuff. And they got people to believe that the main issue for black folks is that immigration issue and the and the abortion issue. But no, that's not it. You know. But here's the thing, and this is very important. Trump, and you're about to see a whole bunch of foolishness going on. What I'm so angry about, nah, I shouldn't say angry. What I'm just baffled about is that black folks don't know. It was not just bigger than Trump. It was the Senate and it was the Congress, and what the potential, what Trump is going to put in the Supreme Court when we got 3 justices. So my kids, my grandkids will be under the yoke of 7 to 8 Supreme Court racist, white supremacist Supreme Court judge that would affect everything that they do if the Lord tarries. Everything, every legislation, he's going to bombard the federal court with conservatives who don't have the agenda of people of color, particularly African American, the Negro. It was bigger than that immigration and them, Kamala Harris and Biden giving a couple of trinkets to some people from overseas. We're talking about long term. We're talking about 40 to 50 years of conservative rule. They already got the majority. It's only 3 or 4 Democrats left on there, and they're about to retire. Now he's going to have an overwhelming majority. It was bigger than Trump. People don't see that. It was bigger than that in terms of now you got the Senate. And now he want to bring back stop and frisk. And law enforcement, most of you all know that.
Can I say
And you
something?
should hear these. Hold on 1 second. One second, I'm almost done. These white colleagues of mine or co-workers of mine, you should hear them talk what they're prepared to do, what they want to do. They want to bring back stop and frisk. They want, he disparage the disparage clause of the Constitution, where you can't bring a lawsuit unless you have a disparity of one people. But the disparity act, which they have outlined in Project 25, would mean they want to get rid of that, so you won't have lawsuits. Against a company and stuff. This thing was bigger than just having Donald Trump in office. It was just the whole agenda. So, lastly, and I'll let you go, brother. I think I think the Most High Yah is going to use Trump to build up the sins of America for their impending judgment and well-deserving destruction. Because I'm so sick of this country, and I'm waiting for the Most High Yah to bring us out of here, because I'm so sick of it. And I'm sick of our people too. That's why I understand. I understand why only a remnant of Israel are going to make it into the kingdom, because we're too comfortable in Babylon. We don't know the scriptures. We don't want to follow the prophecy. We want to have our own interpretation, and it just blows my mind. Whew. Thank you for allowing me to vent, Sister E. Go ahead. I'll sit back and listen.
Morning. Let's Sister D talk for a second. Y'all let Sister D talk for just a few seconds. Minute, or just a minute, just a second of y'all time, because everybody hype. Let's see what I got to say. Because it's getting serious, and I'm like, how can I make it a little, the thick in here right now? I do believe that, one time I was like, if Kamala, and I said this a minute ago, I said, if Kamala comes in, we're going straight into war. No questions asked. No questions asked. We're going straight in. As soon, I'm like, if they're going to make the announcement today that she won, tomorrow we're going to be in war. That's what my biggest thing is. And my biggest thing was, ain't none of us prepared. The financial situation right now, all of us are in. If something went down, ask everybody on this panel a question. If everything went down the way it's supposed to go down, none of us have the financial fortitude to sustain ourselves for a long period of time if something was to go down. Some of us might, but we got to be real. What I'm thinking, and I'm just going to be honest, when I think about it, Trump coming in, Trump going to give us a moment of peace. It's going to be, he's in office. He going to give us money. I really believe it's going to be money coming out of the yin yang. He going to tell those other countries to stop and all this foolishness, and everything going to be put at a complete halt for a minute. And I believe, now I'm not being prophetic. I'm just saying what I think. And I might be wrong as wrong as can be. But with that being said, it's going to be a season. This is going to be a season where we're going to be able to save our money, do right, do what we're supposed to do, put up a nest egg. And then when all hell breaks loose, we're going to be able to sustain ourselves wherever we are. But I think right now, Trump is, and I believe he's going to be utilized as a tool, but he's going to flip on everybody. Because the man has two faces. 1 minute he for us, the next minute he don't like us, next minute he ready to bomb the hell out of everybody. Then the next minute he got 5 different personalities. I want that personality to get
Trump
up.
has been consistent. Trump has been consistent. He's been consistent. He is a selfish, self-centered.
Narcissistic, yes.
He's consistent with that. If you look at it from the, this
But
is
when you
Mike
even
Baker.
even when you look at narcissists, when you look at somebody with a narcissistic behavior, they also have personality. I got what they call it, the personality deficiency, where you'll see 5 different faces. So we'll see 5 different faces, but in a narcissist mindset, he's doing it to benefit him. But on the other end, he gonna flip. I've seen narcissists. He gonna flip.
I agree, Sister E. I agree, Sister E. He about to flip. He gonna be nice. He gonna do it, and all these platitudes, and next thing you know, bam.
Flip on who? Especially if you expect it. Today I thought about it. I was like, Maya Angelou said, when somebody show you who they are, and I'm gonna include to say, be they a nation, a state, society. If they show you who they are, believe them. I think America just showed us who it really is, and It's not going to change.
But the thing is,
I think
either or was gonna screw us either or. Because we got to be honest, Kamala was not cheering for black folks. Kamala was not.
no,
Kamala was not
not
a
in
fan and do anything for the black
not
folks.
in that way. Well, I saw some information about her to the contrary from how we have framed her also. But this is not even this is for me. This is not for me. It's not to raise up Kamala. It's just America
I'm
has
sorry, my
showed us who America is. You
Exactly.
know,
That's why I said in the super
America
chat.
has showed. Yeah, they showed us. They they basically showed us who they are. I ain't even worried about who they voted for. It's I'm at the point now, because this last year I've been like stripping myself from people pleasing as much as possible. I can't smile in your face. I can't do it. It makes my skin crawl. I can't make you comfortable at my expense. I've cut off a lot of people, especially a lot of white people here lately. One of who I thought was a good friend over this. Yeah, we went at it, and as I see, uh, they are who they are. I don't even think they can help it, and definitely don't think they can see it. They don't have the ability to see outside of their own field of vision,
Tony,
situation. They
Tony,
don't. They can't
Tony.
see it.
So here,
Yeah.
so here's the thing. I think a lot of black folks are scared that Trump is in. As I mentioned before on Sister E's channel last night, my family can't stand Trump. And I'm not a Trump supporter. My thing is this: the system is against us. I don't care if you have Trump in office. I don't care if you have Kamala in office. They're going to hate some Negroes. And what's going to happen with Trump, Trump is their judgment. Trump is the one who's going to bring in this war against Iran. As soon as he get in there, he's going to go to the defense of Israel and he's going to go and bomb Iran. He's going to do it, right? Whereas the Democrats were going in and they were building up their war campaign against Russia. And what we're going to find out is that Trump is going to be more of a judgment on them than us, right? That's what's going to happen. They think he's their savior, right? But he's not. He's coming in there to be their judgment. Now, I don't think Trump is going to be as bad for black folks as many of us think, right? Because if you look at him in his past administration, Trump ain't really harm us too much. He talk a lot of crap, but he didn't pass no policies that really affected us in a negative. As a matter of fact, he even gave money to HBCUs when Obama took money away from the HBCUs. So, you know, and if you look at the entertainers, he used to hang out with a lot of these hip hop artists and all that. The bottom line is billionaires don't care about poor folks. Billionaires care about making money for other billionaires, and they don't care nothing about the common man. These white folks think that Trump is in there to save them. No, Trump is their judgment.
Well, just like you said, Trump, and this is why I say he never changed. I said it before. Trump is like a plantation owner when it comes to black folks and the entertainers and the ones he supposedly befriends, and he rolls them out at his events and says, look at my prize bull. Look at my friend pool," so he can show them off to those same other billionaires you're talking about. But he don't necessarily, not even necessarily, he doesn't do anything to benefit black people in general. He might do something to benefit business, and black people might benefit from that. But he's no, he's the racist. He always has been, like a plantation owner, as far as I'm concerned. But like I said, besides what them voting from Trump, America, the country, the founding fathers, their original mindset has shown that even in what are we in 2024, that root of that tree is still there. All the things we've done or supposedly had gained had been stripped back away within a very small amount of time. Let's say 70 years, black folks were able to do civil rights and make these strides and all of this, that, and the other. And in 70 years, it came and went. This marks the end of that for me. The biggest thing I would tell everybody is if you're not leaving the country, get dual citizenship and be ready to leave, because it's not going to be friendly here. And if you do have the means to leave, you need to find out where you're going. You need to find out what uh, language you need to speak in that place, because America has shown what it is as far as I'm concerned, and you can't convince me otherwise at this point. Let let it be God's judgment on them. Let them have demanded a king and get the consequences that go along with the king. That's not the issue for me. And definitely let that double-edged sword do the splitting. You know, I can't. I'm not dealing with people that
Hey,
are only faithful. I'm not dealing with people that are only faithful in word with no fruit or actions behind it. I
I've
can't do
never,
it.
I've never heard Mike talk like this, y'all. And I've known Mike for how many years, Mike?
It's been about seven now. It's been about 7 years, and
This is
you
my
know I
fourth.
be toting. I was toting the Christian line. It took me a while to start talking about me being a Christian again, and this, that, and the other. But what we have here is colonizer Christianity. I figured it out.
There you
They
go,
they
Mike.
have
There you go.
they have taught us in a certain way to be to have faith that backs their program. But see, God allows me to think. I'm a thinking man, and
Mike, you break it up. Where Mike at? What happened?
So let me ask y'all a question. What options did we have? I mean, you got Kamala on one, Trump on the other. What options did we have? We had no options other than to vote for the Most High and say, "Let your judgment fall," right? Because, look, if we had put Kamala in, guess what? They still would have been hanging us from trees like they're doing right now. They still would discriminate against us on the jobs like they're doing right now. Nothing was going to change. Even with Trump in office, it ain't going to get worse. You know why? Because they already were passing policies in some of the conservative states, getting rid of, what they call critical race theory and wokeism and all this stuff. And, nobody's fighting for us but the Most High. So it's like, I don't care that Trump is in because I know what's coming. They being judged. America's done. And I guarantee you, Trump, he's going to go to war, right? And he's going to fight against Iran. He going to protect them them Israelis, let me say that. Them people in the Middle East, he gonna fight for them because, they look at him as a Cyrus figure, right? And so they made all these coins and all these imageries, and so they building him up as a Messiah figure. Now, I don't think he's the man of sin per se, but I do believe that he's their judgment.
I think, yeah, you're right. Absolutely. I said in the super chat that America is an unrepentant, reprobate nation, and they are not ever going to repent for the sins of what they did to Yasharal. And the Most High Yah, as Sister E stated earlier in the show, that he puts those in office and allowed for his purpose and his plan, and they are going they are going to see just how vicious this man can be, but in a subtlety that the masses of white folks won't see it until it hits them. I think, as you said, that he's going to go to war, but the problem is his faculties are all not there. He can't even put together coherent sentences right now. And as he age, then he's going to have his minions and the Heritage Foundation and all them other minions who's going to be directing him to do anything. And because he can't think, and because of his age, because his mental capacity is dwindling, as what happened with Biden, we're gonna really be in a fix. But I do say America, just showed, as Mike said, who they are, and we all knew that, and that we are in the land. One of the things that showed me that we in Atlanta. I remember when Minister Yakova did a video on the 4th of July, and talking about the 4th of July and how it's not our 4th of July, and we're in Atlanta, our enemies, and that woke me up to a lot of things, and it made me see a lot of things that's true. And by the way, everybody should go check out that on Tail Ministries. Shout out to you, your co-parent minister, say you. And I always said, man, if people just wake up to see that we are really in the land of our enemies, and no matter what happens, Yah is in control. And lastly, as far as leaving the country, everybody needs to fast and pray on that, and let the Most High Yah. I know, Mike, what you're talking about, But you have to let the Lord lead you to doing something like that, because some of these lands that we'll be running out for salvation, not necessarily salvation, but for comfort and to be treated right, they're going to treat us just as bad. So I think we should wait on the Most High Yah, and you need to pray and fast before you uproot in this country and get the direction under the Most High Yah.
I can hear that, and that's why I said dual citizenship at least. So at least you have the option. Right now, sitting here, we have no options but to pray. But to pray and ask God to intervene on our behalf, and then work as hard as we uh, physically and spiritually can to uh, obtain or sustain our life at this particular point. But it just looks so much like so many different biblical things, and I definitely don't want to be sitting around here like the Jews, as they have been identified, not knowing when they're getting on these trains that they're going to be exterminated, or put in certain type of camps. And I don't see, as I said, America is not beyond that at this point. It has shown us, yeah, we can still do that. These are just amendments for the most part that are on the books. They haven't been removed from the books. They tell us the stuff is not enforceable. But if they stroke the pen the right way, they can enforce all of it. As somebody was talking about earlier with the Supreme Court justices, especially with a colonized mindset of whoever's sitting on that panel, if they say, "Oh, we want to revert back to this way," they all the chips are in their hand right now, except for God being able to, topple that. We've seen that here recently with the disasters that's been going on all over the world, but especially, on the I want to say down south or whatever, with the flooding, and out here in California with the fires. And if you can't tell that God is upset about how we are maneuvering, then you're just blind, And again, as I'm thinking right now, is saying, uh, let that double-edged sword cut. Let us be separated. Let those that are on God's side be on God's side, and those that are on the world side be on the world side. And don't just look at what people are saying. Look at their actions. See how they maneuver. Is that what God would do? Is that what God said to do? Is that what Jesus was the example of when he came? If it don't match up with that, they lying. They hypocristians. That's a new word I came up with. Hypocristians. They asking for Barabbas rather than Christ. And that's what kind of Christians we have in America, because of what they want. They want worldly things. They want the possessions of what the world has, to say, look, God has blessed me. I'm on top. And God has said, surrender all of that to me, because I gave it to you anyway, and I know the best way to use it to not influence, but to benefit everyone, especially those in my kingdom. We are not doing good jobs as his servants, if you ask me. Just it's very hard to find somebody that is, and I don't care how much of the book they know, how much they get on these platforms and you know say what they say. I'm not saying everybody, but it's very hard to find a good shepherd. Uh, and that's not to say also that I'm not a filthy rag myself. I understand that too. But I'm gonna try a little harder to be what God say to be, and do what He say, and not be fooled by the devil and his tricks, or his servants. And I'll let it be at that.
So, what I want to add to what Brother Mike said, just how I see things, is I approach this whole end time scenario as, like, let's say a hurricane, right? You see the hurricane coming. You can see the signs, the wind blowing. They're telling you it's off the shore of the Gulf and it's coming. Let's say towards, Florida, and So what you do, you make plans, right? You pack your bags, you find out where you're going to go, and you put a little money on the side in case you need to go somewhere, right? You start making plans so you can get out of here if you need to. Now, normally you can't leave because you got responsibilities, you got family, you got children, you got a house, you got bills, you got all these things. So you can't just say, you know what, I'm just gonna move from Florida and go move to the Midwest or something. You can't do that. So you say, well, I'm just going to plan because I see the signs, but I'm planning my way out just in case. And that's how I approach it. Now, for me, I do have a deadline for me. My deadline is 2030. My wife ain't with me on this, right? But I'm planning at least to get out of this thing by 2030 because, they plan on having fully digital by 2030, control social credit system. You're going to have your lollipop cards filled out, and if you don't, you're going to be out of the system. I'm like, okay, well, and everything going to be controlled and managed by AI by 2030. I'm like, I'm not going to be in this industrialized West under that kind of system, even though I do believe the Most High going to get us out before then. But I got to move with some level of logic and reasonableness as I would with that storm.
That makes sense. And at least that gives you a justifiable and foreseeable date to say, hey, I got to make a move before this. And I wasn't operating like that before this time, but yeah, I see there's a whole lot of catching up that I have to do personally. Because I just trust God. I just trust in God. And even saying that, I still trust God. I'm not so attached to this life, number one. Off top, I'm really not. Even though I'm in a pretty good position, not by even my own doing, but the way that this world operates is heartbreaking and pathetic to a certain degree. It's a pretty prison, and I don't want to sit here and put all the doubts or dampers in it. I don't want to be Danny Downer or whatever, but when you realistically look at where we are, especially here as a people, if to me it feels like in the movie The Color Purple, and Celie back there clapping her hands, watching other things happen for other people, but you can't really internalize it because something's missing, and maybe your family is missing or things that are connected to you are missing. That's how I feel about being in America. And I thought at one time it would come. I thought it was moving in a certain way. Not that Kamala or voting for Kamala is the way for that. No, not that. But for them to again show us or show me, it's another one I'm thinking of right now with the scorpion and the fish or whatever. It's different ways to tell that story. The toad and the scorpion, the turtle and the spider, and let me hitch a ride over here, and just don't bite me, just don't sting me. And halfway through he sting you and say, well, you knew I was a spider, you knew I was a scorpion, you knew I was poison. Show me where America's not saying that to us, especially
I
those that
agree.
aren't those that are not disillusioned by whatever it's supposed to be to mean to be an American. I'm a Persian Gulf War veteran. I put in the work and the time and all that kind of stuff to say my people have done that. And they still basically saying, if I put my knee on your neck and you die, nigga, you die.
And see that's what get me. It's like, how are we supposed to work it out with these people? And they keep hanging us from trees, and then they're telling us, "Oh, they hung themselves. It was suicide." All these black folks, all of a sudden, hanging themselves from trees. Make it make sense, right? And so there's some of the people say, "Well, this thing gonna be around the whole world." Well, think about the scripture says that we go into the wilderness for safety. Revelation 12. So every place not gonna be the same, right? Some places going to be refuge for of safety, and and I agree with Bruce. We have to be led by the Holy Spirit and not move on our own, because then you might go into trouble, right? You might end up in like what's that? Where they killing everybody in Africa? What's that? Guinea or Guinea or whatever? Where they killing folks?
Yeah.
You might end up in that situation. So you do have to be led of the Spirit, but the difficulty I find is that in life, a lot of times we have to use logical reasoning as well as being led by the Spirit. For instance, the example of the hurricane. Like some people decided to stay for Katrina, and some people decided to leave, and the ones who decided to stay had to deal with the trouble.
That's
But the
right.
ones who left, they were cool. And that's the dilemma that I have is that, knowing when the Holy Spirit tells you, yeah, I see the signs, it's time for me to roll, right? And that's what I think.
And that's true. But when do we get to the point of it being like Lot, and God say go, and we tend to look back, or what is what's so wonderful about it? What?
Yeah.
What's so wonderful about it?
I see what you're saying because the thing is, the weird thing about this election is this is the first time I've ever had a dilemma on where do black people need to go from a voting perspective. And neither candidates had any concept or um, plan for the black community. At least
None,
they lied to us. Because you remember that
none.
was they would lie. They didn't even lie because we don't matter no more. Because guess
Mm-mm.
what they need? They need the Hispanic votes now.
And, and
Hispanic
and
vote,
that was eye opening. That was very eye opening.
yes,
70 million or 70% of them, in the face of him having a comic called the island a floating trash heap, they still voted for him.
they
But that's
still
because
vote.
they want to be like him, like we used to. Some of us, anyway, we want to be like them. They have been propped up as the symbol to achieve. They
Yep,
have been our image to be. They have been our Jesus. They have been that image. They have been that idol worship. That's why it's all tied together. That's why they keep putting blue-eyed Jesus out there. That's why all the angels in heaven is all white, because that's what you're supposed to strive and obtain and to be like. Now we of course we didn't went back and found that it's information that's older than the hoax, to say, oh no, that's not what it was. They got this from some of our ancestors to begin with. But I've also believed it's bigger than that. As it say, God is a spirit. I'm with that. God is a spirit. He bigger than this. But y'all lying, and you keep lying, and want me to kumbaya with you. I don't see that in the Bible. I don't see God
So,
say
so, so,
keep
brother
me
Mike,
close to
I
the
have a
fire.
question. I have a question for you because if I remember correctly, you were on the Berean channel. Do you still
Yes,
consider yourself a Christian, or do you consider yourself an Israelite? I mean, because it
I consider
seems to me
myself
now
a
you're
faithful. I consider
a
myself to be
what?
faithful, or a person part of the faithful, trying to be faithful and follow God Himself.
Yeah,
I don't
because
need those other titles.
it seems to me that you're now seeing some of the stuff we've been talking about.
Oh
That's
yeah,
why I asked that
but I
question.
never. But see, I had already said, if you knew, like Sister E probably does know. But those in the Hebrew Israelite community, I can believe and tend to believe that I'm a Hebrew Israelite at the core. But most Hebrew Israelites don't do what God called us to do, which was to bring all nations to Christ or bring all nations back to God. They only worried about Israel. That's not God's call for us, as far as I'm concerned. Or
yeah,
maybe that's not
Yeah, but
my
that's mostly
desire
the
for it.
camps, though, right? That's
yeah.
mostly
As y'all
camps.
said, One West. The reason that I get along and got along with Sister E and a lot of people who were on Berean at one time and seem to be over here now, um, we as a family, that's why I call y'all my Hebrew Israelite side of the family. We as a family are looking down the same path. To me, you know, I would say some Christians who label themselves Christians are on that too. We're really trying to be true followers of God and His word, His way. You know what I mean? At least that's what I believe I am. I could
Yep.
be wrong. I could be misled. Right now, truthfully, I think I'm a little reprobate
No,
because
you're
I'm mad. I'm
not.
very, very mad.
You
You know,
got
So,
like
so,
I don't.
so, So I see you and brother Bruce, y'all, at least Bruce be battling by himself, man. I'll be like, Bruce, you braver than me, man. Bruce be struggling, boy.
Yeah,
But
I mean, we got that.
I
Go
really
ahead.
do admire the fact that you've grown in your view as opposed to like just condemning us like we were
No,
being condemned, and
no,
listening to what we're saying, because that
yeah,
I respect people who pursue the Most High and not traditions and religions and all these type things. So shout out to you and
yeah.
brother Bruce, because
I appreciate that.
I'm impressed.
We supposed to have personal relationships with God. You know, the book is a general guide to, kind of lead us in a certain way. But to me, God talks to me in my brain and in my mind, and we have conversations, and He helps me to try to see it right. He'll lead me to certain people when I get confused, or when I get stuck, and they've fallen on both sides of, like I say, the Hebrew Israelite or the Christian side. Some of them could be one. Some I don't do the labels in that way because I don't think that God is going to work that way. I think God is going to call His people from out of all of these different denominations and whatever. You can't tell me, oh, because he's a Jehovah Witness. God, he's out of God's covenant. I don't believe that. If he have a personal relationship with God know when to come get you. God know how to talk to
Yeah,
you.
and one of the things, like for me, because my emphasis first is to Israel, right? Just like
Okay.
when Yeshua came, he was to the Israel first, right? That's how I roll, but then to the other nations, and that's how I do. I focus on my people, the ones who need the help and the deliverance first, and then I reach out to them other folks. That's how I do, right? I don't do like the camps and exclude them, but I do have a preference initially to reaching my people, and that's why Yeshua said, go to the 12 tribes before you go to the Gentiles. That's how I do.
Well, it looks like I'm being led to do that once again, my brother, because of you know, I've been black a long time. I've been black my whole life,
Yep.
and I love being black, or at least parts of it. I love my people, um, and you can see the pain, and shoot, I'm part of that too.
Yep.
Of course, I want us to be healed and be well, and so I want us to remove the plank from our eye so we can remove the sty in our brothers, or however that goes. Um, but yes, I would say my first priority would be my folks too. In the same way Paul said that during his letters to one group, he said, "Hey, if I could get my brothers to see this, then we
Exactly.
can
Yeah.
move that way." Yeah, I'm with that because I don't know. It's funny to me is that we just had this Latino thing. I used to think they were kind of close to us, but now that's been separated too. Is I still think we the closest to God, and that's why we're supposed to be the best examples. And maybe that's why we get beat down so much. I don't know, because
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
Maybe because we're closest to God is why we get beat down so much.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? It
I,
could be
I
that.
remember, I'm from Detroit, and I remember Dr. Claude Anderson. He, about 20, 30 years ago, he was speaking, because my brother is a close friend with Dr. Claude Anderson. But Dr. Claude Anderson said 25, 30 years ago that this was going to happen, that the Latinos were going to, we had essentially the same birth rate. And how did they pass us in numbers? Well, they did it through the immigration system. And that's one of their plans, is to open up immigration and to bring them in so they can have a wider voting block and dismiss the black man and our voting block. Use us, but use us only for election time, but don't give us anything. And that the Hispanic and Latinos will surpass us and become number two, and we would become number three. And that
Mhm,
it'll be hard for us but to penetrate the Hispanic Latino community because of the language barrier. Though
mhm.
that they can speak English, we can't penetrate their culture in the way that we need to, or understand their culture in the way that we need to, because of the language barrier. And so Dr. Claude Anderson said that this will happen, and that's their agenda. But nobody is ever listening. I like that, brother. And so listen, listen. I
Yeah,
was in.
Claude is
I've been
Claude.
around. I've been
Claude
around.
is my guy too.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
would say
I've
that
been around.
Claude is my guy.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I've been around white folks all my life, so I know a racist when I see one. And
Absolutely.
I started off with the army. I've been in the army. I work for the Department of Homeland Security. I work for the Michigan State Police. I work for the Detroit Metropolitan Airport Police. And I've been on task force. I know how these people think. I know their mindset, and I'm telling you, from what I have heard since he put his hat in for this reelection, what they how they want to respond, and it's going to listen, brother, sister. They are going to be worse than when Trump got in the last time.
Mm.
Particularly when, oh yeah, they're going to be worse. Listen, I'm telling you, they hope. Listen, I listen to some of these officers and some of these people in command, you know, and and that's one of the reasons. That's one of their agendas that they have, and I know how they operate because I work with them. I've been around them all my life, and it's in great. They do not like us, and that's just the bottom line.
Oh, we
I don't
already.
care. I don't care what type of suit you put on. I don't care what type of necktie you got on. And yeah, they may use you, and I'm not
Watch
saying
this.
all, don't get me wrong, but
Watch
the,
this.
the people around the world do not like us. And all we have is each other. That's why when I'm on Berean's show, when he's trying to talk about, um, um, Benaiah, Sister E, Ashonda, Dante, Teo, those are my family members, and I stand up. Who ain't gonna stand up for their family member when somebody coming against them? I'm like, no, that's not true. No, you're wrong. He did not say that. Don't mischaracterize the word. Don't try to gaslight me or gaslight this
Well, let
audience
me
into belief.
let me say this.
And I stand up for my family. I mean, it's part of the awakening that you got to correct error when they coming against your family and coming against the word of God.
I'm
Go ahead.
talking to Brother Wiggins right now, right? That's Brother Wiggins that was talking to
Yeah.
me.
No, that's
Okay,
not
and
Wiggins.
then
That's Bruce. That's Bruce talking.
okay,
Wiggins is
that's
gone.
Bruce. Okay, I'll be
Yeah.
thinking they somebody else.
Yeah.
Um, I heard once upon a time, and we're supposed to laugh this stuff off, especially in I guess we're supposed to because it's funny to them. I heard it said that we were antiquated farm equipment. You know what I'm saying? We're obsolete
Yeah.
at this
Yeah.
point. I've heard that before.
Yeah.
Um, and that's where the new farm equipment is the Hispanic here. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying, or the Latino. And unfortunately, yeah, it's hard to find. Shoot, I'm gonna just be honest. It's hard to find good work anywhere. Out here, we own some property, so we have to have workers sometimes. Um, uh, it's hard to find good ones that'll work uh, in any group, but who shows up most of the time is the Hispanics, as far as manual labor. Who shows up for masonry is I'm gonna say, what are they? Indians, I think. They got, it's like different people groups have different industries sewn up. And it used to be a block of black people that did the same thing, at least for our community. That has dried up too. So we have to be realistic about that. Uh, when I look at what we're doing in the marketplaces, haircuts, selling trinkets, um, selling karmic uh, crystals, and it's not uh, sustainable infrastructure to build a, a sustainable community. And if you have brothers with those skills, they're integrated. They've been interwoven into the system, which basically makes them null and void because they're gonna fight for the system. The system pays them. Um, and that's why I said, we have to figure out uh, individually where you going, what kind of language you need to speak there. When if you had to do some kind of bowing here, you're gonna have to do some bowing there, at least to be invited into that society and become part of that culture and all that, those different things. You will not be able to take your westernized mind and think you finna go over there and be Puffy or P Diddy, and they ain't finna go down like that. So um I'm glad
So
you
here,
guys. Wait a minute, let me say this and I'll be done.
yeah, go
I'm
ahead, go
glad
ahead,
that
go
you
ahead.
guys are continuing to build a uh, a community as far as Hebrew Israelites, and especially ones of you guys' mindset, which is very closest to mine. I think the one that I look for a lot, or I give a lot of respect to, is our brother Blacktastic, He's closest to me, the way that I think. Um, and Sister E, but that's my sister. Um, but that's what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to figure out how to, if we're gonna teach our kids, they have to have something that's really sustainable in wherever they go. Um, Even if they stay here, they have to make themselves indispensable. Because that's all they respect. You know what I'm saying? Those what do you call it? The Nazis who were doing those experiments and all that kind of stuff, and they said it was so terrible, they folded them into American society. And if you're gonna stay here, you better do something like that. You're gonna have to be a benefit to them, or they're gonna get rid of you, or they're gonna lock you up, and you'll just be some more farm equipment. But go ahead, y'all. I'm listening.
So,
Oh,
so
let me
here's
do
the
a
thing.
shout out. Let me
Go
do a
ahead, go
shout
ahead,
out.
go ahead.
I'm gonna do a shout out to my sister, the Hebrew Way. If you've not checked her out on Facebook, she has a Facebook group. Her and her husband. So welcome, Emma Carlos Lewis. Carlos Lewis, thank you for joining. You're welcome to come on the panel. All right, continue, Yakoba.
Yeah, so if we look at the Deagle report, right, it says 2025, all of these nations are going to be reduced by like a third at least, right? And we can see that we're on target for a lot of this. Now, the thing we don't realize is that even the Mexicans and everyone else, they don't need them anymore. They have AI, which is why Elon Musk and the Chinese and everybody building their robots, and these robots are exponentially improving. I'm like, every year they're like 3 and 4 generations improved in a year, and so they don't need us, which is why what was that what was that stone that they had and they mentioned about what they want the world to be like around 500 million. You remember what that is, Bruce? What they call that? Um,
God, um,
y'all know what I'm talking about.
yeah. I can't.
They blew it
Damn.
up. Yeah, I can't remember
God.
the name right now, but they wanted the world population reduced to 500 million. Now you can do that with AI. You can do that with robots. And so, I personally think what the migrants situation is, the reason why they're bringing them in is to cause the chaos and the disturbance, right? Because they're going to bring in the new system out of chaos. And so you can't have all these different religions, all these different ethnic groups, all these different types of peoples and belief systems, and believe that everything gonna work out. Hold on once, y'all go ahead. I gotta answer this.
Okay. Hey, Mike. I just want to say to you, man, to look into and consider this, man. All Hebrew Israelites are not the same. Just like you got many Christian denominations, all Hebrew Israelite, and you will find, Mike, and I'm pretty sure you know that because I'm not insulting your intelligence or anything like that. I just want to implore you to understand that all Israelites are not the same. If, for instance, like Sister E, Dante, Benaiah, Teo, myself, and many others, we don't have a lot of the beliefs that they have. We are essentially we believe in the Old Testament and the New Testament. We believe that we believe that Christians are engrafted into the system. You know what the problem is, and I'm not saying this is you, Mike. The problem is people don't like correction when people are when people are they don't like correction, or they don't like people to give them better understanding because they've been so locked into a belief system. For instance, you got to be humble enough, and you got to love the Most High Yah and the word of Yeshua HaMashiach so much so that when somebody come you and show you that you may be error in this way, and you got to be humble enough to accept it. For instance, Minister Yacoba and Minister Tay, we have a dialogue, and they have showed me several times where I was, even though they know that I have love for Israel, and I was on track, but they would show me the error of my ways and some of my understanding, and they showed me the scriptures, and they gave me the freedom to look it up for myself, and to see certain things about Israel and the kingdom. And you got to be humble enough to say, yeah, you're right. And you look into it and say, wow, not that you're being manipulated or gaslighted, but you have to say amen, if the word of God is true. And a lot, what I found with a lot of Christians, you try to tell them and show them. I don't care how many, how much historical data information you show them. I don't care how many times you show them the word of God, they won't accept the truth. But you got to be humble enough. Like I said, when Minister Tayu or Minister Kobe showed me some of the things that I was in error, and I looked it up. I prayed over and looked at it, and I said, Amen. But a lot of people don't want to do that because they're just stuck in a certain mindset or a certain system that they don't want to move. And we got to be humble enough to say amen to the word of God when there's truth, excuse me,
Well,
being
let
presented
me
to
say
you.
this. Let me say
Yeah.
this.
And I'm saying
The
that's not you. I'm just saying
Oh
we.
no, no, I don't
Yeah,
take
yeah,
it
yeah,
personal. I don't. Matter of
yeah,
fact, I enjoy having this particular dialogue right now. My thing is, and I see this on both sides, because I'll tell you, I think it's Yakoba. One time we kind of got into it, and I'm gonna say it this way: the shepherds should be mindful of the mentality of the sheep that they interact with, because everybody's not raised in with the same discipline structure. Let me say it that way. And like people have told me before, I'm emotional, and they're right. And I can say that's because I didn't have my real father in my life, and a lot of it I had to figure out, and this, that, and the other. So when I see somebody who might have had that type of structure or person to correct them in that stern way, uh, I understand. But if that did not happen with me, then how do you approach me without me feeling offended to even take in what you may be trying to offer? Now, let me flip that around. For me, on my side, I had to be the one to be more humble than I might like to be, more uncomfortable than I might like to be. But still, I'm looking for you as, say, the shepherd or the leader to act like a leader rather than uh I can't even think of the word, but I think you kind of understand what I'm saying. Everybody
yeah,
that's in leadership don't need to be a leader. That's one thing I found out, regardless of whatever side you on. A lot of people take their personal whatever with them in their leadership style or their knowledge and this, that, and the other. And I try to look for those who, well, Christ is the biggest example. Christ knew how to approach any group of people and say what was effective uh, for them to change or not, depending on if they were his child or not. Because some people just gonna be offended no matter what, because y'all don't serve the same God. I'm learning that too. You know what I'm saying? We all subject to the same God, but we all don't serve the same God. So again, back to me personally, I'm trying to serve him above
yeah,
me, above what I know, above what I've been told, above what I've been trained. I'm trying to continue to develop my relationship with God as I know him to be.
Yeah.
God as I perceive he has asked me to be. Because remember, God is everything. So that means he controls good and evil. Thing is, he asked us to be good. He
Yep.
asked us to stay on this side. I don't want you over here on that. I know what that does. I'm only giving you enough so you know what it is to stay away from it. You know what I mean? That's just the way, like I said, God have me thinking a certain way. And it might be different from everybody else. I know it's different from a lot of people. Um, and I'm still trying to figure it out. I'm not
yeah,
you'll always hear me say, look, I'm closer to the thief on the cross. I know I'm saved and I'm going to heaven and I'm just so sure of it. I'm sorry, I can't be. Because I know in a minute I could slip, or just that arrogance within itself could subject me to damnation.
Yep.
I know that. I don't. Everybody don't. You know what I mean?
I
Uh,
agree.
yeah,
God is
But
God. We ain't gods.
so
We His tools to be used.
yep, you're
You
right.
know.
And that's what I loved about when we used to all rock together. And welcome Carlos, Apostle Carlos Lewis. I'll show y'all her channel in a little bit, and I'm gonna let her chime in as well. But this is one of the things, Baker, that I used to love about us, our interaction back during our Israelite during our Berean
Yeah,
time.
the early Berean time, the
Yeah, the
Berean class
early,
time. Yeah, the
because
classic
Gardens
time
was just in here. I think Gardens is
for
gone now.
sure.
Gardens was
Yeah.
with us a minute ago. But
Hmm.
but the realism of who we are as a people, but not just the realization of who we are, but our great commission, what we're called to do. We were the original priesthood. Most High was using us
Mm-hmm.
as the priest, as the ones to go out
Mm-hmm.
and teach the gospel. And people get mad when I bring this out, but I gotta be honest. When Christ came and he did what he did, he dealt with his people only because the call was put on them to do it, not on the Gentiles. I hate to say it, and I hope folks don't take it personal, but Christ came and he taught them so that they can do his work. The priesthood is not easy to
Not
be
at
his
all.
called out ones. It's not easy because being the called out ones in the midst of a people, you have to turn away from things. You have to not do what others do. This is why he called them set apart. This is why he made them wear certain clothes. This is why he made them eat a certain way. He separated them from the rest of the world because he set them apart so he can get them prepared to do the work. Paul was a great example of what the Most High was trying to do. When Christ came back when he came and he talked to Paul, he came and he pulled Paul outside of his people and taught him by himself. And guess what Paul did? Paul spread the gospel. Paul even went unto the Gentiles and spread the gospel. But ask yourself this question. There was never a Gentile teaching Paul. Paul taught the Gentiles how to live and how to walk. When I said this a while back, I was known as being people didn't like what I said. We got to be real. I never saw a Gentile sit Paul down and say, Paul, I'm going to teach you. You can't teach me nothing that the Most High has called our people to do and stand to do. I can teach you and walk in love, but the Great Commission was given unto us to make disciples of all men. This is what he wanted us to do. And we didn't do it. And guess what? We got judged for. But Paul was a great example of how we were supposed to walk as believers and as an apostle to the Gentiles. And Paul did that. And when Paul did it, he did it right. And people don't like Paul, but Paul did it right. And when he did it and it was done, he said, this is how I want you to do it. But what people don't realize too, there's another flip side to this. They knew what was coming. God knew what was coming because he knew that we were stiff-necked people. He said, I'm going to have to deal with them. Paul told them, Gentiles, these are the instructions I'm giving you on how to deal with my people. Don't touch them because they are the apple of my eye. He told them this. Paul told the Gentiles this. Don't do it. And guess what they did? They did the flip opposite. So this is one of the reasons I believe that God is going to deal with these nations because they did not follow through on his word that was given to them through the apostle of the Gentiles, which was Paul. And Paul told them, don't put your hands on them. Don't touch them. God is judging them, but not y'all. Y'all keep y'all hands off of them. And I'm only giving y'all a paraphrase of what Paul was teaching them because Paul was teaching them, look, God, yes, he's going to deal with them as a nation, but I'm going to teach y'all. But the Gentiles did the opposite. They put us in captivity. They did all these things and all this wickedness. And this wickedness is coming back on their heads now. The very wickedness they've done to us, they're getting ready to see it through their own people. Because Trump is not finna play with them. This is why I'm like, okay, this is your plan, y'all. He gonna be the one that's gonna set things off. I'm finna sit back, I'm finna chill, and I'm finna write. I'm finna watch because it's about to go down. The very thing you've done, the very wickedness that you put in the church, put in, even the belief system that we have now is a filthy belief system. It's a filthy, unclean belief system because yet and still the word of God says this: if you steal your brother, if you steal someone and sell them, death is on your head. That's in the Psalms. It says, I think it's the Psalms. It says that you ain't supposed to steal. What did they do? They went and stole the people from Africa and from every nation, all his people, and sold them to another nation. God said, death is on your head. Death is on your head. So right now, the blood money that they've made off of this slave captivity through our people, they got to deal with the death curse that comes behind it. And death is knocking at their door right now. You don't think God is going? Even Thomas Jefferson said, I mourn for what my people are about to go through. Because even I think it was Thomas Jefferson or whatever president it was, he knew something was going to go down. He said, wait a minute, we ain't supposed to be doing this. God is not asleep when it comes to his judgment. Their own people told them. So the curses of Obadiah that was talked about in Obadiah is going to come back on their heads. This is why I'm like, I ain't worried about who gonna win. Because yet and still, God sits on the throne and he watches. You can't tell me God ain't seen what you've done to his people. And he gonna sit and say, I'm done. Y'all can do whatever. No. If Israel got to be judged, you got to be judged.
Yes. Yeah.
You put a people in chains. You brought them over here. You put them in captivity. You raped them. You stole his people. You did everything you could to destroy us. But God says, no, nope, you're not going to destroy them. Because the way they did us, we were supposed to be dead as a people.
Well, it also what Bruce was saying earlier is only going to be a remnant, and maybe that's what my particular personal struggle is for, the remnant. You know,
and maybe we are the remnant.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Oh,
and obviously, it's gonna come around because, he gonna shift the wheat too. They should separate the wheat from the chaff. I'm paraphrasing because I don't read my Bible as much as I used to. I just remember the stories, and I got to jump back in there deeper to remind myself of the story. So when I see it paralleled in this time period, I know what I'm looking at. And that's all it is. Everything is on repeat. You know what I'm saying? It just keep going around in the circle because we keep doing the same things until God get tired of this and say it's over. And that's all it is. If you look at me, it just keep going around in the circle because the sins are the same. The 7 deadly sins or whatever, they the same. They keep coming around. And the struggle or the wrestle, we should say, that's better. Thank you, Lord. The wrestle for us is to wrestle for that salvation, just like is our original Israel deal. Just like Jacob had to wrestle to become Israel, we got to do that too. You know what I'm saying? Every day, and it's daily. It really is. I'm glad God is helping me out right now because I've been in it for a minute before the election, but the election opened this door for me because it revealed some things. It revealed people to me. And it revealed how I was, as I might say, people pleasing or tap dancing or keeping my mouth closed to make you happy. I can't do that no more because I also, that's me being disrespectful to my God by playing into your delusion. I can't do that. I'd rather separate from you,
Peace and
whoever you
blessings,
are.
family.
blessings. What's going on? Hear me, y'all. Let
So
me let Mike finish. Oh, Sister Carlos is left.
no, I'll let somebody else speak because as you can see, I've probably been talking a while.
No, you good.
But
You're good. I'm glad to see you here. I'm glad to see you here. Sister Carlos is up. She was here first. I want to give her a chance to speak because she going in and out. So let me
For
share her
sure.
channel real quick. If
For
you've not
sure.
subscribed, I'm sharing everybody's channel. So if you got a channel to share, please give it to me because I'm here to promote my people. So this is Sister Carlos. If y'all have never seen her, I've been following Sister Carlos for a while. For the Hebrew Way, her and her husband have a class on Facebook, and I think she's kicked off her YouTube channel. So y'all follow her. I actually get to meet her next week when we have our event, which is our conference, because she's actually a part of the African Israelite Justice Foundation board.
Mm-hmm.
But welcome, my sister. What do you have to say?
Shalom to
Ema
everybody. Can you
Carlos.
hear me? Can you
Yeah,
hear
I can
me?
hear
Shalom.
you.
Okay,
Shalom.
Shalom, sister.
shalom.
Yes.
Hallelujah,
Mm-hmm.
hallelujah, hallelujah. I am just grateful how you doing, Sister E, and everybody that's a part of this
Doing.
conversation. And I believe it's a much needed one. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Praise the Most High.
Okay,
You here?
good.
What you got to
Yes,
add?
definitely. We can hear you. I just mute my mic so I can listen better.
Okay, I'm almost to my destination, and I appreciate the opportunity right now. One of the things that, um, as a people, as a part of this great awakening, it was not just to know that you were Negro, you wasn't Black, you wasn't African American, you wasn't colored, all those different bywords. It is a spiritual awakening. Esau's reign is over. And if we really study and hear what the Most High is saying, this is our time to shine. But we have to go back to our spiritual nature because we are powerful people. We have to have the active ruach or spirit of the Most High in us to take down Babylon. If we go through scripture and we have all of the books, we have the lost books, we have the hidden books, we have the scrolls, we have all these different books. It is a war between light and darkness, and we are the light. But in order to take down darkness, we are the ones that the assignment or the mandate, as Sister E has said, we're the ones that we're the one that has to do it. Okay, when we say that, that means we are there are gifts on the inside of us. And she mentioned Obadiah. Obadiah said, your coal is the fire that's going to take down Esau. So how do we ignite the fire? We ignite the fire by getting instructions from the Most High Himself so we could be lit up. And I heard my brother say, staying closer to the Father. And through that obedience, something happens and there's a transfer of power. We have shifted into, we see the power shift in this world system. Understand our spiritual nature just went up when we understand what's going on in this time and space that the Father has sent us into. If, as we look at all of the scriptures, He utilized people, He utilized His remnant to take down the enemy. And that is what's going to happen in this dispensation. As the Most High is soon coming in these last days, we don't have to look at what nobody else is doing, but we need to turn up the fire, get fired up, gird up, and get ready to take down this uncircumcised Philistine. And as Sister E said, sit back and watch it go down. But as we are watching, because we're called to watch and pray, we are still activated to move in the things that the Most High has called us to. All of us are very, very gifted, and we allow this oneness to come, and we'll begin to be the orchestrator of our Father, who is a creator, and see the power begin to explode in this dimension, and He's going to soon be coming back. The sooner the better in this spiritual awakening we get to our position. Stop. We have to be so laser focused. It's not about what they doing anymore. It's not about who's up in office, and it don't even matter. Their agenda is already gone because we got the end from the beginning. We got to step up, and we can't have any fear. We're going to be dealing with AI, artificial intelligence, skinwalkers, reptilians. Are you ready to take these scud buckets down? And I call them scud buckets because I have to, because they try to restrict you, but they're scud buckets. They're nothing. And Father is going to use you. You are it. You are His Balax. This is a spiritual war. And I'm telling you, we've already won, but we got to step up to the plate.
Well, amen to that. Definitely.
Hallelujah. Me and her were talking about something a while back because there are systems that are in play right now that we see that the Most High is now showing and revealing to us in the last days. And those are the very systems that the Most High is getting ready to destroy. And we finna watch it before our eyes. We finna watch it. And while we're watching this, He's going to be yet filling us. The more and the more I talk to people in our community, the more I'm beginning to see the spirit of the Ruach fall on people. Where I'm seeing people change their ways. I tell people get mad at the camps. Hey, I'd rather for them to be screaming with Bibles in their hands and screaming at each other with guns in their hands. Most High got to start somewhere. So you
Well,
want me
the
to turn on
camps.
the camps? The camps do have some. I say they got some wicked. Some of them have some wicked teachings. But ask yourself
Yeah,
this
they do.
question.
But some of their stuff is right as well, and
Yeah.
I think that's the difference between even like the difference between some of the Christians and some of the Israelites is that, especially like with the moderates, I think we're sort of balanced more so than the Christians or the camps. The camps are, they don't have the balance between the physical and the spirit in terms of the context of the scriptures. Like, for instance, to Christians, the covenant people is not important, right? And who God made the covenant with is not important to them, but it is very important according to the scriptures. And I think the camps catch some of that, right? But they misinterpret some of that. And then the Christians disregard it altogether in terms of the covenant and who the covenant with, which is why salvation is of the Jews, because it's a covenant with the Jews. And I think the moderates, who they call moderates, right, is the balance between the two.
Hey y'all, if y'all have not, also I want to shout out to my brother. His book is out. It's called The True Jerusalem, the Lost City of the Israelites. When did it come out, Yakoba?
I think it was October 6th.
Okay,
Thank you,
October
Sister E.
6th. More than welcome. Y'all also see the little jewelry and stuff I'm looking at. Ignore my purchases on the side. But but y'all subscribe. I mean, I subscribe and purchase his book. It's out there. It's on Amazon. I know I can spend about $100 to $200 a month on Amazon. I'm getting ready to purchase the book. So go ahead and make sure y'all purchase that book, his book. So I'm excited about that. Congrats, my brother, for your book. So,
Thank you,
Yeah,
Sister E.
congratulations.
but I mean, I'm
Thank
just
you.
so excited to see. And you know what? And I keep saying this, and I'm still saying this. Whatever, whatever happens, it's gonna happen on them and not us. I really believe the judgment's gonna fall on their heads, and the Most High has already judged us as a people, and we're outside of His judgment. Now, if you get in the middle of the foolishness, that's when you're gonna get judged. But I think we're outside of it because He's already dealt with us as a people, and now
Exactly.
and His face is turned back to us. And this is why in Deuteronomy it says you're gonna watch. He didn't say you're gonna be involved. He said you're gonna watch. You're gonna see what's going on. And that
Well,
stuck with me. I said, he said, we're gonna see it. He
the
said, then
sister
I'm
said
gonna bring you out with great substance.
the sister said also during what she said was watch and pray. So I'm
Yes.
definitely gonna focus more on the watching and praying. And my prayer is that thy will be done. You know, period. Let God be true and every man a liar. Definitely that at this point. And I want his will to reign because it will. It is that's inevitable, you know, and it's for me, I'm just speaking to me right now. It's me accepting that and not fighting uh him, you know. I ain't tripping on what they doing. I'm glad I can see now. I can say that. I'm glad I'm not in the fog of that. Call it awakening, awoke, aware, whatever you want to call it. Where I was yesterday, I'm not today. And I thank God for that.
In second Ezra, it says that we're gonna all see it together. He said, for what you did to my little ones, I shall do unto you. And that's what's happening. We're seeing this thing go down, and we just position ourselves in righteousness, keeping the law, statutes, and commandments. You know, if I believe that everybody that's in this truth, the remnant, they have something to do. I believe you were sent here for such a time as this. So, in that, we pull closer to the Father and cry out, Father, what is it that I am to do? Some are dreamers, some are creators, engineers, some are carry financing. Father is waiting on us. And only thing we have to do is cry out to him in such a way that gives him glory because he wants us to know what it is that we were sent here to do. We were sent here. We weren't just born. We were sent here to do a job. These are the end times. And because of that, we have an assignment. That's Joshua.
Yes.
And guess what? We activate the power by going and beginning to give praise to the Most High that He has filled us with His power. It is no longer them or they.
That's right. That's right.
It's us. And we keep our eyes on the mark, on the assignment. And we all going to get there together. It's a remnant. And we know it's not going to be a whole bunch of folk. We got to heal the sick. Can't go to the doctors like you used to. What did He do? And Sister E, you brought out a great point. Paul was an example. Hamashiach was an example. We have to remember God made a public spectacle of the enemy.
Yeah, if I could add something, Sister E.
Yep. Are you good, Apostle Carlos? You got anything else? I want to make sure you finish your.
Yeah, I was just saying He made a public spectacle of. He spoiled the principalities. So we give too much power to something that's already defeated.
Yep.
There are principles that rules and governs the kingdom. We're not of this world. And when we start practicing that, we're going to see sign wonders and miracles.
Yep. 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 These sign wonders and miracles gonna be something that's gonna make them scared. That's why He says in the light, we gonna be a light in the midst of darkness. We gonna be a
We the
light.
superheroes.
Correct. What's going on, Yirmiyah? Hello, Yirmiyah.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Come. First and foremost, man, I want to give all praise and honor to Abba Yahweh Ba Shema Mashiach Yahweh Shah, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, for the spirit of awakening, which is continually underrepresented in a lot of brothers and sisters' teachings concerning the nation of Israel. What you said, Sister E, was powerful in the spirit. But there was a statement made by a brother concerning the camps having a lack of spirit. A lot of times, brothers and sisters speak against things that they are not familiar with. And if you have not experienced camp, schools, and organizations, assemblies, gatherings, and you have not experienced the spirit that permeates through our gatherings, you would make a statement like that. There's no denial on our behalf concerning the fruits of the Spirit, nor the presence of the Most High, nor the spiritual birth of a Mashiach Yahweh Shai, who people ignorantly call Jesus Christ, concerning the virgin birth, or the power, the ability to speak in tongues, or the ability to heal with the laying on of hands. We believe that. We believe that. And I've traveled all over this country and outside of the country and have fellowship with a multitude of congregations and fellowships concerning this belief. So let us be more circumspect concerning other groups that we are not familiar with before we place blanket statements upon organizations because of a few groups you may have encountered or seen on YouTube or on social media. No one is perfect. No organization have 100% of the truth. No one is flawless concerning this awakening. That's why it's a process. Sister E, I want to read something concerning what you were saying about us being captive and in the hands of our enemies, because a lot of people like to call our enemies our friends. But in 2nd Ezra chapter 10, it tells 7 and 10, it tells us never to trust our enemies.
Do you want me to read it or you read it? Because I already know you finna say read it.
Yeah, Bubba Kashad, can you go to Book of Nahum?
Book of, come on now. You know I don't know what is Nahab.
Man, see, this is a book that people don't read. It's in the
No,
Bible.
you saying it in Hebrew. You know I don't know. You talking about Jeremiah?
Nah, Nahum. It's in the Bible.
Oh, Naham. I'm sorry, my brain.
Naham.
I know who
Yeah.
Naham is. I know who
Okay.
Naham is. I'm sorry, my brain. Y'all gotta realize I'm working off of 2 hours of sleep. I thought you were saying. I'm sorry, my brain. I know where Naham is. I'm tired, y'all. Okay, I'm finna go there. Going to my Bible right now. My Bible app.
Nahum 3. You might want to put it on the screen.
So I got to go get it off the screen.
You don't have
Sorry,
to.
y'all.
You can just read
Hold
it.
on, book.
You know?
Let me go. Naham. I know what Naham is. Hold on. Naham. Hold on. Here we go. You don't want NIV. You want KJV?
Absolutely not.
I'm gonna purposely do
For anybody
KJV.
that is wondering why I have a problem with the NIV,
NIV is crap.
because they have actually removed verses out of the Bible. Go to your NIV and read Matthews 18 and 11, because it's not there. All right. So
let me share my screen. I know I'm tired. Hold on. I'm trying to change over to KJV. Hold on. Here we go. All right. I call it Nehemiah. That's why you said damn. I was like, what? I say Nehemiah. So I'm country. Okay, so where we going?
they have 3 and 1. Let's go.
Can you say Nehemiah? I'm saying it wrong. Just messing with you. Where we going?
They have 3 and 1.
3 and 1 says then Elahaz
No, that's not
what?
it.
You said
Nahum,
Nehemiah 3.
Nah, not Nehemiah. Nahum, Nahum.
Oh, we don't wait a minute. Hold on. Shut up. Don't do me like that. Don't try to embarrass me.
Ain't
Hold
nobody
on.
trying to embarrass you, Sister E. What's going on, man? It's in the Bible.
Shut up. Okay. Here we go. Woe to the bloody city. It is full of
Right,
lies and robbery. The
right,
prey departeth not. The noise of a whip and the noise of the rattling of the wheels and of the pernashing horses and of the jumping chariots.
right. We're
The
gonna read the
horse,
verse 7. Let's go.
the horseman filleth up both the bright sword and the glittering spear. And there is a multitude of slain and a great number of carcasses, and there is none end of the corpses. They stumble upon their corpses.
Why is the Bible saying a glittering spear? Right? It's saying this because they glorify warfare. It's a it's something celebrated, right? Warfare has never been celebrated. It is something that is horrific. And we need to understand the different spirits in which we're dealing with that glorifies these things. So it says the glittering spear, go ahead.
Y'all love it when I screw up. Everybody in here, shut it up. I'm working off 3 hours sleep. All right, where we going? Where was I? I was on 4. Because of the multitude of whoredom and well-favored
Right,
harlots, the mysteries of witchcraft that selleth nations through. I never read this one right here.
right,
Wow. Wow,
right.
this
Hold
is
on, hold on. Now think about what's glorified today. Think about what's glorified. The glorifying of whoredom, right? And this is the occupants of this bloody city who have shed more blood on the earth than America.
I'm gonna be honest. I've never really delved into this book. You finna make me go pull this book up and really read it, because it goes into the last days and far as what's gonna happen from a prophetic standpoint.
That's right.
And see, wow. I don't know. I didn't sleep on this book. Don't judge me, y'all. I didn't sleep on this book because it goes right here.
Right.
Says that because of the multitude of whoredom of the well-favored harlot and the mistress of witchcraft that selleth nations through her whoredom and families
Mm.
through her witchcraft. Behold, I'm against thee, saith the Lord of hosts, and I will discover thy skirts upon thy face, and I will shew the nations thy nakedness and the kingdoms they shame, and I will cast abominable filth upon them and make thy vile, and will set thee uh as a gazing stark. I don't know what that means, but right there, that does make sense. I'm gonna have to go back and Nahum. I've never really read Nahum. Now that's a new one for me. Wow, because it goes into why where he it goes into what he's really, because Nahum is one of the what do you call it, the smaller prophets, right?
Hmm.
Wow. I'm gonna have to go and read that one because it makes sense right here, because it goes into woe into the bloody city. It's filled with lies and robbery, and the prey departeth not. So it's interesting. I'm gonna have to read that. My bad, family. I don't know everything, but I'm gonna have to read
Yeah,
Nahum.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Let this camp brother educate you. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Go ahead. I'm gonna have to for making that mistake. I'm gonna make you a mod. Say something in the chat. I know it's y'all world. I think you're a mod. I already made you a mod.
Yeah,
But that's so wow. That right there was good. I'm gonna have to go back and read that.
But that goes alongside what I said earlier, that America is an unrepentant reprobate nation, and including with the whoredom and their love for war and spreading bloodshed and calamity across the globe.
Yep.
And it's just, even without reading Nahum, which, thank you for that, brother. It's just what I we have experienced and what we see, and it's and a lot of people get upset with that. And I was at work the other day, and I try to stay out this conversation, but they try to pull me in. And I said, you know what, Gentiles, Christians, you all should really seriously thinking becoming truly born again under the blood, because if you really understand the prophecies, if you understand the judgment, if you understand what's coming upon Esau, the Gentile nations, you all will be shuddering, shaking in your boots. And if you're not attached to Israel or born again, um, you all are going to reap a judgment which have never been seen on the face of the earth at any time on this globe.
Yep.
And I told this brother, I told this white brother, I said, listen, man, you Christians, you have been fed lies. I have fed lies. I used to believe in the same lies. and the lies are just so just so prevalent on the earth that it's just like, it's so conventional. It's the strong delusion. It's the strong delusion that has been put upon us, and that's what I'm saying. And it's just witchcraft and it's sorcery, and that's what I see in Trump. And I'm just saying, it's just
Yeah.
me.
Man, you
with
brought up.
with his.
You know what? You brought up.
I'm
You
serious.
brought up a good point. We're gonna have
You
to
know.
delve into this. I'm gonna have to close in the next 10 minutes because I gotta pick my
Yeah,
daughter up
yeah.
from school. But I'm telling y'all, I want to really go into the judgments of this nation. I'm
Hmm.
ready to do a lot. I'm ready to go back to the way we used to be. Because judgments is getting ready to fall. It's getting ready to fall, and it's time for us to really where did Jeremiah go? He must be gone.
Yeah.
Um and really talk about this because we getting ready to see some judgments fall. I guess you hear me out gone. So go ahead and everybody kind of wrap up because I do want to close because I got
Yeah,
to go
yeah,
and pick up my
yeah. I
daughter
gotta go.
from school.
Hey, let me ask you to this. Am I wrong? I actually want to see the judgment come because, and tell me if I'm
Yeah,
wrong, brother Yakota.
who
Um,
wouldn't want to see that? Because
no,
y'all
I'm
done
really. I am so sick of what I am so sad of what they have done and continue to do to our people and other people around the world, but particularly us. That I'm kind of, I was like, okay, put Trump in there and watch the heaping coals of fire and judgment that's just being tallied up upon this nation and on those people for what they have done to us. Feeding our kids to alligator, and not only alligator, they feed our children to hogs too. The beasts you have to be to feed some children to alligators and hogs. So that's just one area. I was just like, and it's just on and on again. And I can't wait to see the judgment. On this nation because it's just so wicked, and what they continue to. Am I wrong for saying that? I'm just saying. I'm asking.
You
You
know
know.
what's funny? I had the same discussion with my sister this morning,
Uh huh.
and she was getting on me for saying the same thing you're saying, that I'm looking for justice. I'm looking for
Yeah.
justice. And, she believed that we should be praying for them, and because they could change. I'm like, I'll pray for them. I still want them to spend their time in jail, right? I still want the justice. You know what I'm saying? And as I mentioned, I said, I told her, I said, you're the one that told me to pray Psalms 109. Oh, well, I don't think David was right in all he okay, but you tell me pray the Bible, make it make sense, right? So, this whole Christian thing be getting in the way of logic, right? Because the Most High, he gonna judge you when you break his laws, right? Now, let me go back to Jeremiah since he was talking about me about the camps. All right, I do have a problem with camps. I don't like camps. Camps say Gentiles can't be saved, and I'm not here to be dealing with Gentiles first. But they got a lot of false doctrine. They say that Yeshua's daddy is Joseph. That's silly as well. See, that's stuff we can't mesh with. We can't balance with that, right? Because the Bible tells you that Yeshua was born by the overdwelling of the Holy Spirit, right? So that's another issue I have. So, but we could get along. I mean, I don't have a problem with camps other than the fact that I think they have an agenda, like saying that Native American Indians is Israel, right? That don't make no sense, right? Mexicans are Israel. That don't make no sense, right? If they ain't Afro or Negro, whatever you want to call it, black folks, right? They ain't Israel. Them curses ain't on them. They ain't Israel. And I don't know why y'all keep doing that. Y'all keep lying to the people, trying to say these people us, and they ain't got none of them curses on them.
I agree. I agree. I'm sorry.
All right, so
Uh,
let me respond to that, right? Let me respond to that. Let me make this clear. When I made my or gave my opening statements, brother, I don't know if you was listening. Uh, I believe in the virgin birth. Okay, I do not believe Joseph is the father. Do you hear me, brother? All right, and there's a
And
multitude.
what camp you belong to again?
The House of the Redeemed Servant. We're located out of
Oh,
Oklahoma City, and we've been in operation since 2011. You can
okay. I never
find us
heard of
at
y'all
Yah
before.
World
Okay. All right.
777. You can find us at Yah World 777 on YouTube. I'm the CEO of the Source Debate League, and we've been around a long time. All right. So there's a multitude of camps that also believe as we do. All right? And let's make this clear concerning Native Americans and Hispanics. First and foremost, brother, you have to do a better job of doing your research concerning what you have a problem with.
I've done my research, brother.
Okay, you done your research. Did you know that there's two types of Native Americans?
You're not native if you came here later, right? So you got the black folks who came here who are Israelites who was here pre-slavery during the 1500s before slavery. That's not native. And then the ones who were here before, those who are of the Q haplogroup type and all that stuff got Asian descent and all that stuff. Some of the stuff y'all, and then the curses don't even apply to them. And so a lot of y'all like to use. Hold on, let me finish. And a lot of y'all like to use. Hold on, let me finish. I'm gonna finish this statement and you can go. And then you have y'all use the book by Sanders. Sanders never called them Israelites. He said some of the things that they do are like the Israelites. He never claimed that they were Israelites, but y'all like to try to use Sanders to prove that. But go ahead.
Yeah, again, I'm not talking about no 1500s. I'm talking about before the so-called white man came to America in 1492. I'm talking about before that, there were two types. There were Asians that came here in 1421. And we have the history to prove this. All right? The natives that was in America were black people that are Israelites. That
Black don't make you Israel.
Hey, brother, you didn't want to be interrupted, did you?
Go ahead.
All right. So, and let me educate you, brother. All right? Because this is an issue. Brothers make these statements about what they don't think, this, that, and the third, but they ain't
I've done my research, but go ahead.
Okay, brother. Let me know when it's okay if I can speak.
Go ahead. You go ahead. I'm quiet. Go ahead.
All right. So I want to make this clear. So we have the history. We're not talking about from a position of ignorance. The aboriginals of this country are melanated people. There's something called the Dawes Roll that happened that they took Native Americans and they classified them as Negro. Now, anybody can Google this. If we have the history that they are classifying Native Americans as Negro, and we look at the census, and 85% of African American are E1B1A, and we know that a large percentage of the African American population is Native American, that means we're the same. So when you're getting these other DNA specimens coming from what they're classifying as Native American, they're not Native American at all. They are Asian, exactly what they say they are. But we ain't talking about them. When we utilizing the 12 tribe chart, we not talking about the Asians. We're talking about the melanated Afroid people that was here before the Asians set foot over here. That's what we're talking about. But see, then you come from hindsight, you make these bold statements, you're looking for reasons to separate yourself from us without understanding our demographic concerning this. Now, what we have to do is we have to take in consideration the amalgamation that has transpired. So you're going to have variations in the phenotype. We don't judge, we don't classify our people based on phenotype. We classify them based upon their heritage from their father, according to the book of Numbers, chapter 2. This is also concerning the so-called Mexicans. When you're looking at the ancient Mayan civilizations and the ancient Inca civilizations, when you're looking at these civilizations, you see amalgamation transpiring, knowing that the Inca was here before the Mayans.
So I got a quick thing to add. I really want to have this conversation, but I gotta go pick my daughter up from school. With that being said, I see both parts.
And I respond right quick before you go, Sister E.
Oh yeah, no.
Just a quick show.
You can respond. No, my brother. I want you to respond. But what I want to do is I really want camps like Yirmiya's camp that do believe the biggest thing I'm cool with Yirmiyah is the fact that he does believe in the virgin birth. I would love for those camps to have interaction with us. I don't know if we want to do it behind the scenes or if we want to do it on a live without us arguing, but having good conversation because I really believe this is good conversation. I'm gonna let Yakoba say what he got to say, but I want us brothers I want y'all brothers to come in peace and talk about your disagreements. I don't want hostility. I want everybody to be in peace. So that's all I'm saying. So you hear me, y'all? Get that bass out your voice. I'm just messing with you, but it's a difference of agreement. So let's go for Yakoba.
So black don't make you Israel, right? Some of these people were descendants of Hamites. Now, the term Negro was used by the Europeans as a blanket term, and some of you, I don't know why y'all want to ignore some of these other documentation, but they will use them to classify Native Americans as Negroes, right? To subject them to the same rules as the Africans so that they can become slaves. And if you want to find that, go get the book, American Colonies, The Settling of North America by Alan Taylor. Go get the other book, The Other Slavery, The Uncovered Story of Indian Enslavement in America. Like, so there's a whole bunch of references out there of why they used the term Negro, not because they were Negroes. They were trying to put them under the same legal framework. And this is the problem I have with camps. They don't go deep enough to do their research. And then the fact y'all say phenotypes don't matter. Okay, so I have a baby, my wife have a baby, right? Or some woman would ever have my baby, right? And my baby come out with straight hair, blonde hair, blue eyes, white skin. But there ain't no problem. I shouldn't question that, right? Because that's my baby, right? Because she says so, but he don't look like me. That don't make no sense, right? My cousins look like me. My cousins either darker than me, a little lighter than me, but we all got Negro phenotypes. Come on, let's make some sense, right? And then we got the whole thing of Mansa Musa. Mansa Musa family and his people came here and they did tradings with the local natives. We got the history of what's his name? Slipping my mind, Ben Franklin. When Ben Franklin came here, he talked about who was here, right? And most of them were Hamites type. Well, he didn't call them Hamites, but you know, they were the slick, thin nose, dark skin Indians, right? They weren't Negroes. Negroes have a certain skull and phenotypical shapes. So, you know, y'all be lying to people. That's all I got to say. Either that or y'all just straight up deceived.
You so hurling out insults, brother. I ain't insulted you not one time.
I didn't insult you. I said you're deceived. I said you're deceived. That's what I said. That's not an insult. That's a classification of the position that I believe camps are. And I did not insult you. I insulted camps.
While you are in the middle of insulting me, I didn't interrupt you.
You call it an insult. I don't call it an insult. I said y'all deceived.
Hey y'all.
I didn't interrupt this man, Sister E. While he was saying what he was saying, I didn't say nothing.
Okay, so everybody, I would say let's do this peaceably. Please, y'all. I'm loving this conversation, but everybody be peaceable. We gotta learn how to agree in a peaceable way. So you and y'all state your point. Everybody, I love everybody on this panel. Every single one of y'all. I love you, Koba. I love Santonio. I love you, y'all. I love Bruce. Hey, Renee, how you doing? I just met you. Hey. Y'all, please. I love all my brothers on the stage. Let me say this. I love all of y'all. So do that for me, just for Sister E. Can y'all do that for Sister E?
My point is this, right?
Wait a minute, Nick. I said, can you do this for Sister E? Everybody be
I got
I'm
your
gonna
back,
be
Sister E. I
quiet,
can do
Sister
it
E.
for
I'm
you.
gonna do
I
this
can
for
do it
you.
for you.
No. You state your point. Stand your ground. I'm a firm believer. Stand your ground. But yeah, I need everybody to be nice. Plus, I gotta leave in a few. But come on, let's go. Madison gonna be pissed off with everybody on this panel because she want me to pick her up. But keep it going. Keep it going. Hey, Renee, how you doing?
Hey, how you
You
doing?
look like that singer that be what's her name? That be singing whatever. I have to bring her name. I can't bring her name up. But go ahead, y'all state y'all points. I'm here for it. I love this topic. So come on. I just want to say hello to everybody. Giving glory to the Most High Yah and Yahushua HaMashiach. I'm just talking from my personal experience. I've known since 2015 I was a Yahudim, but I wanted to go and still get my DNA done. And I went and got my DNA done just here recently. And it came back 93% from the motherland, 6% Ireland, and 1% Netherlands. Now, I went to another website and I submitted my DNA. And specifically, the earliest pinpoint was 70 AD. All the way through from the motherland to over here in the Americas. Now, this is my belief. What I believe the Most High has shown me. It's there are many things about this educational system that is wrong. But it's one thing that I have seen, for example, because early in my awakening, I scrambled with that 12 tribes chart. I really did. Because my life experiences has been, even before I knew who I was, they all want the perks of our culture, but they don't want to pay the price. And I'm just gonna say it. If I'm out of place, I'm just out of place. But I'm tired of all these other nations. I've been tired of it, wanting a part of what they like about our culture. And that's one thing that I struggled with that 12 tribes, because really, for example, the Latinos, that's a generic term. You have Latinos that look like us. You have them European or what? Them Spaniard looking Latinos. And if you are from Spain, if your bloodline goes back to Spain, over here in America, you should be classified as white because you are white. Then you have the other Latinos that look like what has been accepted as Native American, Asian looking, Mongolian looking. So that's what I struggle with. And I firmly do not believe that those other nations that don't look Negro, they're not of Israel. They are not. And that's one thing that discouraged me as an individual from becoming a part of the so-called camps. Because to me, they're in general, excuse me, brother, if you're a part of a camp, I'm just saying in general, my personal experience, because I used to live in Oklahoma. I used to live in El Reno, and I did have somewhat of an experience of being invited. So I just think that as a nation, we need to stop trying to give our culture to everybody else. Everything about our covenant with the Most High was for us. It's not for everybody. I've even noticed those other nations that, like, I'm not gonna name it, but there's one on Facebook that believe in the Torah, know that we are the people, but they would rather talk about everything else except for us being the real people. So they're no different to me than those Revelation 2939 people. And it's just time, I just think, for our people to start coming together. This was for us. I had to tell one of the ladies, because she tried to come back, as far as one of my posts I made was a reminder of what the Messiah, the Hamashiach, looks like and who he is. And she tried to say in a nice, peaceable way, well, are you aware of who we are? And I politely emailed, texted her back, and I said, I'm aware of what you say, who you are. But it was my understanding that every meme or message that I put in this group should be referring to the truth. she kind of stepped back a little bit. So I just think that we need to stop giving our heritage to everybody. It's not
Yes.
for everybody. They can believe, yes, they can accept. Our ancestors had to go through discipline. They are no different. It is what it is. And if they don't accept it, that's between them and the Most High. But it's I just still see, and I'm no scholar or anything like that, but I still see that even those that are awake, those who say they are, some of them, not all, some of them are still giving our heritage to these other folks. They can say what they want to say about me, but can't no other nation teach me about the Most High. And I don't believe that they can, because the book, they have taken it and they have used it to try to interpret it as in a European manner. What? To keep our people enslaved. The Spanish and the Portuguese were really, from my opinion, and like I said, I'm still researching, some of the worst slavers. But how is it that these people are saying, oh, y'all part of the 12 tribes too? Those are the descendants of the people that treated our ancestors like chattel slavery. But those people, whoever it is in those camps, want to share. I've been sharing. I'm 55 years old. I've been sharing all my life. And now that I know who I am, I'm not sharing the covenant. I done been through it. The curse has been on me since I was 10 years old. 10. 45 years I've been a diabetic.
Yeah.
I take 5 shots a day. I've had open heart surgery in 2015. That's when I knew who I was. I was 100% blocked. And the Most High and Yahushua HaMashiach did not allow me to have a heart attack. Can you believe that?
Hallelujah.
I've had 2 mini strokes. 2 mini strokes. But the Most High is still keeping me here. I can't take no cholesterol medicine. Why? Because I'm allergic to it. So, no offense, but the bottom line is, even though maybe not all the camps don't believe in the other nations being a part of us, it still needs to be talked about. It still needs to be addressed. Why? Because those people are not our people. What do you think is going to happen when they realize that they're not a part of Israel? But all this time, people been lying to them. Been lying. It's about time that as a people, we stand up for the truth and who we are.
Hallelujah.
I don't care who gets mad at me. I really don't. Because I've been through it. And yeah, I might have a degree, and I'm in school right now, but that degree did not make me who I am today. It did not make me who I am. And that degree don't make our people who they are. It's by the Spirit of the Most High. That's what I believe that matters. Not that I'm anybody. I'm nobody. I don't have a channel or nothing like that. But I know what I've been through. And when that woman come trying to tell me, well, I know I'm going to serve right next to you, I told her this. I said, let me tell you something. Being in covenant and acceptance is 2 different things. Or as they say, grafted in. We all got to be grafted in, if I'm using the right term. If not, I stand to be corrected. But there's only one nation that was in covenant with the Most High. And y'all don't get to be a part of that. Just like we had to pay, you better reread Joel chapter 3. And I land my plane on that. Thank you.
And
Sister
yeah,
Renee, I love you. I love you so much. I love everything you just said.
Yes. God bless you.
yeah, yeah.
Well,
That
brother Jacob, I'm gonna tell you, I'm right up. I'm from Waco, Texas, and I've been listening to you since I was woke. Do you hear me? And I mean what I say. I really do. Everything that I've heard on your channel, I just, even when you fussing, because I grew up like that. My great grandmother, my grandmother, my mama didn't have to whip me. Why? Because I had them two older women to take care of me when I was growing up. Do you hear me? By the time they got through the discipline, oh yeah. So you keep doing, and this means for everybody else, but I'm saying in particular, you keep doing what you've been doing. Don't, and I know you care about us, but don't worry about that. I've been looking into Jessa. I've been reading that, and according to what I read, the Most High gave Noah 120 years. But then when the floods came, then everybody wanted to get into the ark. But what did Noah say? Oh, now you want to get into the ark. But you wasn't worried about that then. So you keep doing what you're doing, keep moving forward. Don't worry about it. If they don't get it, that's out your hands. Do you hear me? I'm for real. I mean what I say. It's
I agree.
out for you. It's out for you. And if they want to wait till the last minute, cause I'm a true firm believer in it. I see it even in the nicest of so-called them other folk. They all complicit to a point.
Hallelujah.
They
So
all complicit, even the
yes.
nicest. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna have to concede that they're gonna have to bow down to the Most High and Yahushua HaMashiach and his chosen ones. But I just want to encourage everybody, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I kind of had to watch.
No, you're good. You're good. Everybody is welcome up here. One thing I am is I'm very welcoming. You can come on up here. The only thing is I'm getting ready to close out, but you're more than welcome, Sister Renee, to come up here any other time. But thank you so much. You kind of settled the waves right now because the wave was getting high. You can't get in, and you kind of settled everybody doing this stuff. So thank you so much for what you did. You just really blessed
So,
me.
Sister Renee, can I add something to your health issues that it might help?
Yes,
What I have learned, cut out the carbs, all carbs and sugars, and because all of that is a metabolic issue. Like I had high blood pressure, I cut out the carbs, and my pressure has come back under control when I was having a hard time getting it under control. And it seems to be the same thing with diabetes. It's the carbs because our bodies don't handle it well.
No, they don't. I'm doing better. I did. It's been over a year since I bought store bread, and I was trying to make some at times, but if I feel like it, I do. If I don't, hey, it's just fish, and chicken. Sometimes a little beef and veggies. Um, I've been doing better. My blood pressure was getting pretty bad, but the Most High's been there. He's been there. So I'm on a few herbs and stuff, and I got your email. If you don't mind, I can email you. And I know, sister, you gotta go and just kind of fill you in a little bit more. But it's either way, I'm thankful because I'm not supposed to. Well, let's just say according to man, I'm not supposed to be here. But
Well, I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you're doing better.
thank
Yeah,
you. Yeah,
yeah,
thank you.
yeah. Let me just say this, and I'm about to go. Yeah, I agree with what you said, sister, and I agree with Brother Yakoba. I never believed in that 12 tribe chart. And as far as DNA, you can use DNA, but I don't trust them because these wicked white folks who can change data, change science to for their agenda. What I believe in is the word of God. I believe in the prophecies and the curses. And those people do not fit the historical data, biblical data, and the secular data, and they do not fit the curses and the prophecies. So no, we're not going to relinquish our heritage to these folks because they're not us. Period.
Right.
right. So we gonna reconvene this conversation this weekend. I gotta go. My daughter is gonna have a fit with me right now because I'm supposed to be leaving. Like I'm supposed to be there like right now, but I'm just 10 minutes away. So y'all,
All right. Thank you, Sister E.
you're
Thank you, Sister.
welcome. I enjoyed this. It took me back to the days of the super flu when all of us used to come together. I want to keep this going. I've enjoyed the conversation. New people came up. Y'all got to meet Emma Lewis. It was a good conversation. It was a very good conversation. Renee, welcome to the community. Thank you so much. Big ups to you. They enjoyed you. Here goes some right here. Big ups to Sister Renee. So welcome, sis.
Thank you.
So
everybody.
I have a lady. Her name. She has a channel. Her name is Sheila Rochelle. She does like a lot of holistic things. I want you to send me an email. Yep, Sheila Rochelle. They just said Sheila Rochelle. It is a little too late. Where's Sheila? Is Sheila in here? I want you to link up with Sheila Rochelle because she's very good with things like that. Where is she? I think she's in here. Sheila, are you in here? Say something if you in here, sis. Thank you so much for your super chat. But follow her, and because she does a great work when we're dealing with the health of our people. Right here, Sheila Rochelle. That's her name. She has great herbs to kind of help you. I had a couple of issues, and she kind of helped me with some things. So, Sheila, what is your channel so she can follow you while I put my shoes on? If she's in here. But yeah, follow her. She is good when it comes to that. Come back to my channel. Always come back. You're more than welcome. I enjoyed your great input. And
I get
no,
a little hyped up. I'm sorry.
no, sis, you did a great job. You calmed the storms. I thank God that you came on at the time you did because the storms was getting mighty high. But it was getting high quick. And I was like, Lord, who finna get us out this? And as soon as you said something, I said, whoo, thank you. So thank you so much. But yeah. But make sure you follow. Let me find Sheila Rochelle's site. Hold on. Hold on. Hey, anybody that knows Sheila's channel? Wellness, Woman of Wellness. Hold on. Where is her channel? My computer is moving slow. Hold on. Does anybody know Sheila's channel? I'm trying to pull it up for her. All right. Sheila Rochelle. Hold on. I think it's Women of Wellness. Where is it? Whoever knows Sheila's channel, please put it in the chat for her. But come back to us. I'm gonna have Sheila up here, hopefully. And she could be able to say something. But thank you so much for your super chat. But thank you all for coming up here. I'm getting ready to bounce, so I don't be on my daughter's hit list. So I love y'all. Thank y'all so much. Y'all have an amazing rest of your day.
All different type of information every week. Let me speak. If you subscribe, we're doing